well. The good news is that we have restored at least basic functionality to the Stream Deck after some consternation. Still not full functionality. I still can't quite get it to recognize my audio, or not audio, but my media files in OBS. But it'll do the basics now. It'll switch overlays, which I don't really think I'm asking that much of it. I don't think I am, and yet somehow. Let's get it on. Shadowcat, good to see you. Roland, Vergaderung, Xander, Shade, wonderful to have you gents in here. Vergaderung, it's nice to be streaming at a time that you can actually be here. That's a nice change of pace. Don't be waving scallion pancakes unless you get enough to share with the whole class, Roland. Haven't been here in a while, been busy with school. There are worse things to be busy with. Exploding turducken. Much worse things to be busy with. I hope that's going well for you, by the way. I hope that school is productive. Hope you're keeping that GPA up. What a silly thing. What a silly thing to say. Of course you are. We have nothing but the most erudite and devoted of viewers here at Thunderhead Studio. I wouldn't have it any other way. This Mechanic Games, welcome in. What's up? Indeed. Tonight we're going to do a little bit of 3D modeling. Got some work I want to get done. The Pioneer, I've stalled on for too long, so we're going to jump back in today. And I don't know if we're going to finish it 100%, but I think we should be able to get into the 95th percentile. Raccoons can lockpick, and they can lockpick the same lock upside down. I didn't know that specifically. I do know that raccoons, I've watched specials where they have raccoons messing with mechanisms and stuff, and they just sort of try every possible permutation of grabbing it with their weird little hands until they pull something off. They're incredibly persistent. We had an issue with raccoons who had figured out how to get into, the twist lock, Rubbermaid, pet food. They're not even specifically intended for pet food, but they're like those plastic containers with the angled locking twisting caps on them. And it didn't even occur to me that a raccoon could get into one of those, but eventually, it kept winding up open, and we put a game camera on it overnight, and little fucker just got on top of it and just messed with it. Didn't really understand what he was doing. He was just I know that this is a portal to food, so I'm just gonna do everything I can think of and push on it in every conceivable direction, and he just kept doing it until he twisted the damn top off. It was amazing. I don't personally have that level of persistence. I would have cut out long before it got to that point. I know myself. Apparently that raccoon does too. He has his priorities straight. I don't think we've seen him since then. Jay Schaefer, welcome in. They seem to be able to. Also wonderful to see you, Data Nerd. How you doing tonight? Just steeping myself a little bit of tea before we get started. I hope everybody is having a wonderful Friday. I don't normally see you on Fridays, but it is absolutely wonderful to see everybody in chat. Thank you for the reminder, Jay Schaefer. I need to get a new chair. I've complained about needing a new chair for way too long to have not gotten one by now. I mean, by now you're used to all my cyclical complaints that I never do anything about, I'm sure. I hope everybody's had a good week. I kind of like this streaming on Friday thing. Gives us the opportunity to sort of catch up at the end of the week instead of Thursday when it's everybody's got work tomorrow though. Who really wants to kick back on a Thursday? Oh, I should mention, I'm a dummy. I'm a big dumb face. We're not gonna have a stream on Sunday because my buddy Hethrir is visiting me. I thought he was getting here Monday and staying through Wednesday. That had to change. Apparently he is restricted by, he's a teacher, so he's restricted by school schedules, but he's going to be getting here Saturday and then leaving Monday, so I'm not going to be able to stream Sunday, but I will be streaming on Tuesday. I thought it was going to be the other way around. But I think we'll survive one way or the other. Been a long, rough week, Data Nerd. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's been that way for a few people lately. I hope that yours has been better than some other ones that I know of. Got your PS2 working. What are you gonna do on that? You gonna bust out Silent Hill 2? Feels better on Friday. Yeah, it's definitely easier to kick back on a Friday. I had an interesting week, I gotta say. The plumbing all worked out on Tuesday, thankfully. Cost like $600, which I wasn't super psyched about, but it was the sort of problem where it's like, we don't really have a choice, and I know for a fact, like, I don't even know enough about plumbing in general to analyze the problem, let alone fix it, so I'm like, here's your money, go ahead and get this done. And I was really thankful the guy could get out as quickly as he did, and then get us scheduled to get it fixed as quickly as he did. I took the opportunity to go into town. I drove into Denver. I went to a bar with other living human beings at it who were all gathered together for... There was an impressive number of people there. There must have been 35 or so people. Probably more. At this bar, just for the tabletop gaming event, there were 5 to 6 tables being played. Largely 5e. I think somebody was playing Pathfinder, and then it was what they called hat trick night, so it was the night for like new DMs or people who don't DM very often to sort of take over the tables. And I just showed up and I was like, I'm gonna get a drink. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know anybody here, but y'all seem cool. I'd sure love to play some games with you sometime. And the guy was like, well, there's a fucking table of paranoia going on over there. Why don't you go introduce yourself? So I did, and I jumped in, and I had a fucking blast. It was actually a really good time. I didn't expect to jump in and just play a game that I'd literally never played before. Those of you who know what paranoia is know that that was probably for the best, because I very specifically, I have avoided looking up anything about paranoia since playing it, because I went in completely blind, and I think that was for the best. Because it's that game is fucking nonsense. It was incredibly silly, and I got major like Terry Gilliam Brazil-esque vibes from it. Yeah, good old friend computer. We had one dude who was like devoted to the religion of the computer. They were passing out the secret societies beforehand, and mine was like historical society. My drive was to try and get into restricted areas. We did this thing where you would write out your traits on your character sheet and pass it to the person to your left, and then they would pick one trait and erase it and replace it with something that was the opposite. And I put on mine, like, I'm like, curious and tall and charismatic. Yeah, that's me. That sounds like me, right? Yeah, okay, let's do that. I pass it over to the left, and he's like, change the thing. I'm like, oh, he's gonna make me be a dick. And I get it back, and I'm a dwarf. He didn't scratch out tall and write short. He scratched out tall and wrote dwarf. Also bit me in the ass because the guy who passed it to me, one of his was helpful, and I just wrote before that, unhelpful. And he was finding ways the whole fucking game to just be in the way of people. And like meaning well, but constantly just being like underfoot. I tried to make my dwarfism work to my advantage by having max stealth skill. At one point, I escaped from the party into a restricted area by diving into a what would have been a waist-deep pool of dessert topping for everyone else, but for me was, of course, shoulder height. I had fun. I think that's the important part, is I did have a good time, and I think I'll be going back to that group. They do meet on Tuesdays, which means we may see one more usual day shift of our Tuesday. Like, if I end up going back regularly, we may see another shift in our schedule. Maybe like every other week, Tuesday shift, or if it's easier, just shift Tuesday to either Monday or Wednesday. Like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, but I'm probably going to wind up going back there at least a few more times, because they do that regularly. They run like some West Marches style campaigns. They run Pathfinder. They run 5, and I talked to the guys there too about, like, I like to play all sorts of different games. And they're like, yeah, most people here just kind of want to play 5e. I'm like, yeah, that's just kind of how it goes these days. Like, if you want to just grab a pickup group of a tabletop role-playing game, 80% of the time it's going to be 5e. I accept that. If I gotta play it, I gotta play it. If I gotta play it, I gotta play it. It's not like it's a bad game. It's a perfectly functional game, and you can have fun at a good table. Cristallo's been in Florida all week, done everything around here, lots of added chaos, and unfortunately my father... that data nerd. I saw your post about that. I wasn't sure if it had just happened, or if it was sort of in memoriam. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, data nerd. Please, don't do any mod duties tonight. You don't... Like, unless you really, really want to, if it's like, you know, I gotta do something to take my mind off, whatever you have to do, Data Nerd, please. It's wonderful to have you here, and I'm very, very sorry to hear that. There's literally, I'm not gonna harp on it, I'm not gonna focus on it. But just you know, we're here for you. And that's the sort of thing that it really doesn't matter how many times you go through it or how much you think you're ready for it. Nobody ever is, so we completely understand. Had to change a printer toner cartridge and 16 people died. Yeah. We were fighting like a robot squid in a sea of corrosive dessert topping. And I died, and I was expelled from the floor. Like, the transport tube shot me up out of the floor. And because I gave the DM a really epic description along with a physical pose for using the buoyancy of the dessert topping and my powerful dwarven legs to propel my fist up into the eye of the beast, a naked dwarf shot out of the floor and beat the big bad guy. So that's where that game went. Fighting my father's Ender 3's heated bed, all while listening to a train wreck of a case. Sovereign citizen who's been charged with driving into a parade, killing 6 and injuring men. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Xander Shade. That sounds like a bitch, too. Now, as long as everybody's having a great Friday. And yeah, Shadowcat, I found that, too. That it was going in blind kind of made the game better, because I didn't have any preconceived notion of what I was supposed to be doing. And so I was I'm glad that I got the Historical Society one, even though I didn't pull off any of my objectives. Because I'm genuinely curious, like, what the fuck is supposed to have happened? I'm peeking behind the walls every chance I get and trying to sneak into places. Ambulatory hot and cold fun vending machines that were aggressively dispensing fun. Oh. That ironically doesn't sound very fun. Yeah, I gathered that it was a very, very kind of lighthearted and narrative strong game system. And like I said, it was the hat trick night, so it was people who don't normally DM got the opportunity to DM, and it was kind of fun. We had a good little group of 4 people, and one of the guys that I was with is, I guess, one of the organizers of the events, who's just like a lifelong DM, and everybody got along really well. It was a good group of people. I got to drink a couple of sours I hadn't had before. Like, it was... I'm remembering what it's like to socialize with people gradually, and it's a change that I'm trying to make. I think the pandemic drove a lot of us deep, deep, deep into our troll caves, but right now I am scrabbling my way out of that deep dark hole. I have been getting up every day for the last week. I was about to say I've been getting up and working out every day for the last week. That's a lie. I've been working out every day for the last week, and as of today, I managed to actually get up and work out immediately, which is such a huge boost to the start of my day. I'm 2023 for me is going to be the year of self-improvement after the 2021 and 2022 descent into the cave. We're making our way up. We're retracing our steps. We're following the breadcrumbs back to the light, ladies and gentlemen. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Yeah, Dr. Rhino has, he's been making these stickers he's calling them sweat potatoes for his own little sort of workout initiative. I'm gonna get some of those. It's adorable. It's an adorable little potato who's like doing jump rope and sweating. I'm putting one on my water bottle. I don't know if he's gonna turn that into some kind of like gamer's workout regimen or something, but I'm totally on board because, man, I need somebody standing behind me yelling at me. Or I always have trouble keeping up with it. Why don't we do some 3D design, folks? What do you think? How's that sound to you? The sweat potato is adorable. This doesn't sound like something I want to listen to. Make that go away. There we go. That's better. Alright, so we're working on the Pioneer tonight. And I want to fool with our dimensions a little bit. I need to pull up some references. go. And I'm going to fool with proportions a little bit before we get too much further into working on the torso. Yeah, we talked about the Banshee. I'd like to do the Banshee. I really would. So I want the head overall to be lower. I think his head is too high, but I also want to check my proportions because I think that the final version of the Pioneer should be roughly 40 millimeters tall. I've made him pretty short. I think I just need to expand the size of the torso overall to get him into the 40 millimeter range. Because it should be like that. So I bring in the Shadowhawk. Well, maybe not that tall. Shouldn't be as tall as the Shadowhawk, but maybe up to his shoulders. Well, I guess I still have to add in the launcher, and the launcher will probably put him there. And then I can always boost the overall scale by a few percentage points. Maybe this is fine. Yeah, no, I think that this is fine, because if you think, once I add on the missile launcher, he'll come up to about right here, and the overall height will put him at about shoulder level with the Shadowhawk, standing at full height. We'll add in some bulk by putting on the weapon arms here. I'll lower the head a little bit. And then, worst case scenario, I can just bump up the overall scale. Yeah. Let's not question ourselves too much. But the head... Oh my god, no Fox to give. Fox, how you doing tonight, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you working on over there? I don't want the bottom to be like right there. Is that too low? Am I going crazy? I'm doing pretty good, Fox. Thank you so much for asking. Well, it's just, I'm looking at our sketch here, and the bottom of the cockpit is below the waistline and kind of lining up with the middle of the crotch. You think right there? It's slightly lower than it was. And then if you tilt his head forward, obviously it'll go even lower. I think that can work. Spellblade Vortex! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Got proper Orky. Ooh, what you working on over there? Decided to take it easy with the game stream today. Played some Shooters, Blood, and Teeth. Ooh, alright, alright. Every now and then you need to remember to relax a little bit. Welcome to you, Spellblade Vortex. Don't want it to knee its own cockpit. I mean, yeah, it'd be difficult to get its knees up that high. I'll work on some of the other pieces, and before I start detailing the neck and head, I'll make a decision if that's where I want it to be. But it's important that I get the other pieces blocked in, particularly when we're working on proportions. Otherwise, I don't really know what the fuck it is I'm doing. So, let's give ourselves a basic plane to work with. Oh, because I squashed this, I guess I don't have a geometric midpoint? I must, somewhere in here. It looks like this is about it. This'll do just fine. Give ourselves a construction plane to work with here. And start on the basics. We're also going to be bulking out the side torsos a little bit with some extra details, and I gotta try to remember that. Now, this is only going to need to rotate, so it doesn't really need much clearance. Probably only a millimeter, and even that's being fairly generous. Still. Establish my overall shape here, and I'm actually going to want that to be a curve, but I'll fix that in a minute. Nice soft curve going all the way out there and then flattens. Add in a couple of fillets here. There we go. Add some stomach height to get the torso shape you want while making sense for how the joints work. Well, we don't really want it to have much in the way of, like, it needs to be, the legs are very, very human, and then the torso is very, very inhuman. And the height is going to be in the form of the launcher that goes on its back. That's going to add a decent amount to its overall height, and I think once that's done, we'll be pretty satisfied with it. Not at all. No Fox to give. No, you never have to apologize for raiding and running. My friend, you've been streaming. Take some time. Stretch your legs. Get something to drink. Do what you gotta do. Thank you so much for the raid again. Fox, it's wonderful to see you. Alright, I'm gonna bring in a reference piece here. These are not the MLAs that I'm gonna use. Why don't I have just an MLAs? I would swear I had just an MLAs. I guess I could pull it out of either of these, but I really thought I had one by itself. No, that's silly. I'll just pull it out of this. Yeah, Xander Shade, this is based off of the Jenner. Let's just pull you out of here. I'm just using this because this is sort of my like minimum size for an MLAS. It's not the one I'm actually going to use. Okay. I'm probably oversizing these a bit with that in mind. I want this to be the same thickness. Just because if I don't, then I don't think I'll have much room for detailing here. So if I like bring that in by 0.5, where does that leave me? How wide is this? 2 millimeters, that's not bad. Again, I think the thickness is right. I just want to reduce the overall profile slightly. Down with the thickness. Just got back into PSO2. PSO2 engine. Is that Phantasy Star Online 2? It has been a long time since I played Phantasy Star Online. Holy moly. Going over my references here and trying to get a good idea for how to build these arms. And then build the jump jets coming off the back. Ooh, actually... Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think I've played Phantasy Star Online since I played it on a Sega Dreamcast, which probably dates me pretty badly. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Should leave me with plenty of room. A buddy had a Dreamcast. I couldn't afford one. I know the feeling. I know the feeling, Verg. The Dreamcast wasn't mine either. I went over to my friend's house to play it. .15 will do just fine, thank you kindly. Drop in a 0.3 chamfer here and here. Let's get rid of you for the moment. Start building another laser barrel. Maybe not all the way to the edge, but close. 2.3. Start building our overall shape here. Bring you out. Angle you in. Not 0.8. Let's go with 0.5. Make it kind of a sharp angle, like 35 to start. Oh, nope, don't do that. Extrusion only, please. Now we're going to come straight out by, let's say, a full 1. We're going to go with a much shallower angle, like 10 degrees. And I actually want that to be a separate body. Sorry about that. Auto Fire, welcome in. How are you? I am doing well. Thank you so much for asking. Wish that collab came over to the West so I could dress up as Godzilla with jet boots. Isn't that what everybody wants, ultimately, just in life, broadly? Oh, how are you, Autofire? How goes the streaming? Alright, now we're gonna bring this out. A decent amount, really. Like a -3 angle. I don't want it to be that sharp, but still very slightly angled. Okay, now I want to create something a little different here. We'll chop this in half. It is very thin for Gatorung. I think I'm going to bulk up the whole thing. I'm just trying to get the relative shapes, and then I'll worry about the overall size. Because right now it has a diameter of 0.8, which is smaller than I want it to be. That's why I'm kind of making everything separate bodies, so that I can proportion and scale them as I want to. I'm so sorry to hear that, Autofire. Hopefully it's just a mild case with a rapid recovery. Give ourselves a revolve around this axis right here. Make that a new body. Thank you very much. One? Yeah, that's kind of more what I'm thinking. Thank you. Now we want something that's just a little bit wider than this. Nope, don't do that. Stop. Stop it. Stop being foolish. Thank you. Oh, with the little split? Yeah, that's what I did on the Thunderbolt. That's not quite the design we have here. I'm going to build it according to the reference art first, and then we might make some changes to it as we go. Oh yeah, I guess I don't have the reference pulled up, do I? Hang on. I think I had that set up so that I could do that, didn't I? Shkablam! Oh, and it's sideways. How helpful. Why is it sideways? That's silly. Rotate counterclockwise, thank you. Yeah, this is what we're going for. It's kind of retro. It's definitely too small, though. Too spindly for me to justify. I'm going to have to bulk the whole thing up, which is going to take a little rethinking of the base, but that is fine. Yeah, because if I want to make a lens, it's going to wind up being itty-bitty. Whereas it needs to be about that size. But that's okay. That is a-okay. Let me rethink the base a little bit. If I just take the initial flare out... and uniform scale everything from the tip. I can get easily up to 1.3. That's closer. That is a whole hell of a lot closer, and I can still go larger, which is ultimately what I'm going to want to do. Definitely have to be careful about not making details way too damn small. I have made that mistake far too many times. Fuck. Oh, it's because I still had the sketch open is why. Good old Fusion, always letting me know what I'm doing wrong by just not telling me anything. I can reasonably take that up to 1.2. 1.15. I like that better. Well, we're not done yet, Verg. It's also too long. It does not need to come out as far as it does presently. It's definitely closer to where I want it to be size-wise. I think this is also a bit too large, but I think that might be sorted by simply moving it back. And, you know, kind of funky is ultimately what we're going for here. If I combine these two, and then apply a fillet right here. Ease that transition out. What's our radius here? Not vertex, radius. Diameter 1. Radius 0.5. That's my minimum. That's what she said, Vert. Yeah, and once it has 4 of them and some extra detailing, I think you'll like it a little bit better too. This can work. Nope, 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 nope. I don't want a value of Q, moron. I do want to give this the chop, though. Stop selecting things through what I'm trying to click on. Maybe drop this back. Like there. Wombat Combat, how you doing today, man? It's wonderful to see you. I'll worry about connecting that after I get this done. .180, excellent. Grab this and lock it to that line. Should be good. Give ourselves a center axis. And make a revolve of our lens, like so. Licking my wounds after my first Battletech game and planning my next lance. Does your next lance happen to include a Jenner? We might be able to help you out with that. How'd you like it? Battletech is the sort of game, like, I totally understand a lot of people are going to play it and go, maybe not for me. But if it appeals to you, it tends to sort of grab hold and not let go. I'm glad to hear that, Wombat. Yeah, Battletech is a fucking awesome game. It really is. I mean, it's like a terrible game, but it's a great universe and it's a lot of fun. I shed the blood of the Saxon man. Dino Man, it's good to see you, man. Fine if this goes a little bit over, and I'm going to end up shifting it down anyway. The fuck is this music? You know, I totally understand that, Spellblade Vortex. That's... I always remind people, like... I encourage people to try and make their own gaming groups, but I also fully acknowledge that that is difficult, and not everybody wants to go through the effort of doing that, of building it, of maintaining it, of getting people into a game they're not necessarily into. The good news with BattleTech is you don't need many minis, at least. You need like 8 minis, and you can cover 2 people playing. But yeah, I definitely feel that. That's something I've been coming up against myself, to the point that, and this may shock some people on the stream, I think I'm gonna play some 40k 9th Ed. It's what people are playing locally, and if I want to get games, you know, probably Kill Team more than 9th Ed, honestly. And they're very different rule systems. Kill Team is obviously much more modern. Merlin, thank you very much for the reminder. Silver Hydra, good to see you. Welcome in. I'm not like giving money to GW, but I already own a bunch of models. Like, the number of Nuon sprue figures that I have for 40k is absolutely fucking out of control. So I'm like, I guess I'll build the Gene Stealer cults and AdMech that I already have, and some of the Primaris that I already have. Expand the Iron Snakes that I've already built a couple of years ago. You know, get in some games. It doesn't matter. It's about the experience of standing across the table from somebody, rolling dice, and having a good time. I need some of that right now. There's also going to be Dr. Rhino and I have been talking about doing a podcast, or more specifically, Dr. Rhino has been talking about doing a fan podcast for the Play on Tabletop channel on YouTube, which I don't know if you're familiar with it, but they do Warhammer 40k bat reps. And they're one of the only bat rep channels that I really enjoy, because they do bat reps in, they call it 40k in 40 minutes, and it's so much more watchable than your like long form multi-hour affairs. And he wants me to co-host with him, so I'm like, I mean, okay, I want to do something with my boy Rhino. That sounds like a fun time. But it also means that it's going to be largely 40k centered. It doesn't mean that I need to turn this stream into something about 40k. I have no intention of doing that. In fact, you're probably not even going to see me painting 40k on the stream. I'm going to continue working on my own stuff, but if you do watch us on that fan podcast, that's what you're going to be hearing about for the most part. Though, in fairness, specific games of 40k rather than just 40k in general. It's also very, like, fluff and fun focused rather than crunch and meta focused. MCP is an option. Yeah, I've actually started playing MCP again too, just because it's another one where it's like, I already own a bunch of models, and I've got friends who play it, so it's like, I'm just gonna bite the bullet and play the damn game. It's that, or continue my Sisyphean task of trying to make everybody play the obscure games that I'm into, which I'm gonna do, don't get me wrong, but in the meantime, I need some games to play. Such is life. You know, forgot I was going to talk about that too, because that's something that I wanted to get started this year, but hasn't for the most part manifested. We're hitting some things hard in 2023. We're hitting some things real hard in 2023. Mostly tabletop gaming and Thunderhead Studio related, also through Steel Warrior Studios. And content expansion is a big theme for me in 2023. It absolutely is. I wanted it to be something this year. I had to ramp up to a lot of things, but I think we're ready next year to get a lot more non-stream specific content kicking for Thunderhead Studio. And I hope that interests you. I don't want to be too specific on what it's going to be yet. I want there to be some surprises, and I also want to leave myself wiggle room to modify it. Ha ha ha. But we got some things. I got some cards up my sleeve. And that does include streamed bat reps. Just because, like, it hasn't even really, like, it's not possible for me to get guests out to play games in my creepy serial killer compound. I mean, totally normal person, rural housing. If I don't, like, go out and play games with people locally regularly. Nobody's gonna want to do that with somebody who just posts online, like, hey, I happen to live in your area, drive 20 miles to my house and play a game with me. I promise I'm not gonna murder you. I know it seems like I'm gonna murder you. I promise I'm not going to. It's not a great approach. But I'm getting out there and I'm establishing local connections again now that the pandemic has actually died down for the most part. I think 2023 is looking very promising. Even just off of one night actually playing some games with people in person, I already got a few people who are like, that actually sounds like something I could do. Some people might be desperate enough to risk it. That's what we want. You know? Welcome to Thunderhead's super desperate Battletech. Yeah. Adding 3D printed stuff to your 40k, Gamak has some seriously good files to add to any army. I'm definitely looking into 3D printing a lot of my own 40k stuff. I found a guy, I can't remember his name now, because my first thought is, well, let's expand the forces I already have. I want to expand my Iron Snake Space Marines. I have a few ideas for how I can do them better. I found some Greek-inspired Mark 7 and Mark 8 helms that I'm going to 3D print to give them more of that Greek look. I found some good Greek-style, like, leaf-bladed swords I'm gonna give them. And I am making myself, now that because the last time I did my Iron Snakes, I wasn't 3D printing. I was buying things from Shapeways. So much has changed. So I'm going to be making them harpoons, because that's their traditional weapon. They hunt sea serpents off of ships with harpoons. So each and every one of them is going to have a harpoon on his back, and then some of them are going to have, like, power harpoons. And I'm going to make them, like, nasty-looking, like, whaling harpoon type deals, like something you would hunt a giant sea serpent with, if they existed. I also want to redo my captain, who has a Mastiff on his base, the Mastiff Princeps. So I need to find another model for a good-looking Mastiff, maybe make him slightly cyberized. That could be fun. Warwolf, welcome in. Trotsky, it's wonderful to see you. Welcome in, gents. I found some alternative helmets I want to use. I have found some alternative shoulder pads I'm going to use. I'm going to stop doing Iron Snake's decals. I'm going to go ahead and sculpt the Iron Snake's serpentine pretzel into some shoulder pads, so I don't have to do that so much. Gamak has Admech with a Roman theme. Nice compliment to your Iron Snakes. Dino Man, would you do me a favor and post a link to that in the Discord and maybe tag me in it so I could take a look at it after the stream? I'd genuinely love to see that. I'd like to 3D print as much as I can. And I have taken some interest in finding a good... Here's something. If you guys know of a good Saturnine-style Terminator that is 3D printable, please let me know. I've found some that people have 3D sculpted and have made available as resin models, but none that I can find the files for. And there are a few versions out there, Vergaderung, that people have made that are clearly inspired by the Saturnine, but are a little proportionally less goofy. I love them. With the giant fucking shoulder pads, I think the Saturnine Terminators look awesome. But you know me, I like things that suck. Does Popsicles have one? I don't know, I haven't looked at his 40k stuff. Dude, yeah, Terrain. Have you seen my Iron Snakes that I did? Hang on. I have a bunch more Marines to add to them, but I'm gonna slightly change the way that I'm doing them. I realized as I was working on Primaris Marines that the thing I dislike the most about the Primaris Marines are their fucking helmets. The proportions are great, the overall style is fine. The helmets, they look like the Mark 5? Was it Mark 5? They look like the Mark 5, I think Maximus style helmets with the long snout and the vents. And that design just never really did anything for me. I'm really very partial to obviously Mark 6 is my favorite, but that's like the armor overall. As far as helmets go, I like the Mark 7 and the Mark 8, the Aquila and the Errant. And this dude, whose name I don't have here, but I do have a picture of his work, these are the helmets I'm going to be using for the Iron Snakes. I love these. These are fucking great. These are such a wonderful blend of the Mark 8 Errant style helm and the Greek Corinthian style helm. Vergaderung, if they were Roman, they would have more of the rounded cheek plates and probably the little crest that comes up here on the forehead. These have just like the Corinthian-style cheek plates built right over the Errant-style helm, and then the addition of the combs. So I'm like, this is perfect. This is both proper homage to the original style helms and also slightly stylized in a Greek fashion. I like this a lot. Yes, terrain. That's why I added that Mastiff. I was not super happy with it. That was the one that I could find at the time. I think it was from like the Gangs of Rome by Warlord, and I didn't do a great job painting it. But yes, that is meant to be Princeps from the story. I want to find a better looking, bigger Mastiff that I can 3D print and add to the base for my new captain that I'm going to do. And they're going to get these helms for the most part. I also have some larger ones that I can do on the guys in like the Gravis armor and whatnot. I'm going to give them Greek-style swords. I'm going to sculpt up some harpoons to give them. I'm going to rethink the bases. I like the concept of the bases being like sandy beaches with coral. But again, I was not 3D printing at the time that I did those figures. So now I'm thinking like I could make some better sculpted bases with beach sand and maybe coral and seashells and stuff like that. I think I could do that. And that seems like a good avenue for actually working on some 40K models. Red Warden Miniatures. Thank you, Tasselhoff. That is who did this. I shouldn't show his stuff without knowing his name. But yes, Tasselhoff. This is Red Warden Miniatures. He actually has a bunch of really nice conversion parts. I picked up a few of his things. And thank you also for that Dino Man Matt. I appreciate it. I'll take a look at it. You said it was Gamak. I'm going to take a look at his stuff after the stream. I am going to also, probably because I bought a bunch of parts and heads for it, I would like to make some Imperial Guard in the style of the Volpone Blue Bloods, also from Dan Abnett's books. They fell to chaos at a certain point, but I figure I can make them before they fell to chaos when they were just a bunch of total assholes. Which, they're kind of like, yeah, exactly, Merlin. I figured you wouldn't like the Blue Bloods. Oh, let's see what we got here. Spellblade. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. I like that. I'm a fan of those real Inhuman style heads. Bunch of arrogant posers. That's exactly the idea. I got them like some kettle helms, and I found them heads that have like big bushy mustaches and big old like mutton chop beards. Like they're fucking perfect for the Blue Bloods. You know what I'm talking about. Trying to make custom. Oh, okay. Custom gunplay. I need a certain head, and only one kit has it. I need a 3D printed one. So the good news, Spellblade, is that head is like super fucking simple. Almost anybody could potentially make that for you. As far as getting it to fit on the kit that you have, that might be a little bit more challenging. But if you shop that around to some 3D modelers, I'm very sure someone could get that done for you pretty quickly. We have a channel on the Discord that's dedicated to like buy, sell, trade. You might be able to find a 3D modeler there. We have a lot of 3D modelers on the server, something I'm very proud of. Got Trader Card. I'm making it to Blood Pact. I can't talk. Now, you've seen Merlin. I've shown you my Blood Pact. Since then, I found the ones that I think Reptilian Overlords did, and it makes me want to do more Blood Pact in a slightly different style. The ones I did were cool, but they're not quite what I want them to be. And Merlin, I was trying to think earlier, can you remind me, what's the name of the Fallen Forge world that made the tanks for Urlot Gar and the Blood Pact? I was trying to think of the guys who made their tanks. They mentioned them a bunch from like the 4th book onward. I keep wanting to... Oh, that's an interesting idea, Vergaderung. Instead of doing Blood Pact, do the Sons of Sek. Yeah, the ones who have, they've got the like their mask is a hand over their mouth like that, right? Urdeshi, yes, Urdesh and the Urdeshi tanks. That's right. That's something that I've wanted to do for a while, is do up some guard tanks that are clearly like it's meant to be a Leman Russ, but it's like kind of a cheaper knockoff version of it. And then do them all up in the sigils of the Blood Pact, like, you know, Urdeshi this, and they had Urdeshi Leman Russes, they had Urdeshi Chimeras, they had a few choices. He whose voice drowns all others. Yeah, Sek. And they all had like ochre or yellow colored gear. as I remember. Well, if Merlin is doing Blood Pact, maybe I could shift my focus into... And this is, like... I'm saying this, like, I'm gonna do this. I'm not doing this tomorrow. This is, like, me charting out, like, in the next few months I'll get to this. But yeah, if Merlin's gonna be doing Blood Pact, maybe I could try doing some Sons of Sek. Do kill teams of all. That's probably what I'm gonna do for Gadarung. That's what I did originally for my Iron Snakes and my Blood Pact. I have a kill team of Blood Pact, and honestly, that's like the perfect way for me to do 40k, because I don't have to make a whole fucking army, and kill team's a better game than 9th edition. So it's like, that's probably the right answer. And if I want to expand it into an army afterward, cool, but all I really need to make is like 10 to 15 guard, for instance. Merlin, you've seen the Reptilian Overlord stuff, right? Hang on. Sets. What the fuck is this music? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, he did these. Which are obviously, it's wonderful for me to show you this picture that refuses to load. Come on, man. Really? Okay, well you can see the little picture of him here. How about that? I think these are some decent Blood Pact. They don't quite have the grotesques, like the more ridiculous grotesques that he described, like the ones with the long hooked noses and everything like that. There is one guy who makes some like that, but he doesn't sell STLs, he only sells physical models. But they have the, like, nasty, snarling faces. Which, well, that's the thing. The Sons of Sek are so particular that they have to have the hand over their mouth, though, Merlin. Well, I think these would make good Blood Pact. Snarling face masks. That's the important part. Those are the ones that I was going to do for my supplemental Blood Pact. But I'm not worrying about that right now. The first thing that I'm going to do is probably redo my Iron Snakes kill team into more of the vision that I want for them. I still have my Death Guard kill team that is just fine. I'm really, really happy with how those came out. Dude, Terrain, that is fucking awesome. Seriously? Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Because, yeah, I need a new Mastiff to go with my Iron Snakes captain. It's not, okay, it's not specifically meant to be, like, actually Princeps from the book, but when, when the Iron Snake finds Princeps and decides to bring him along, he mentions that traditionally the Iron Snakes have used dogs in war, and that's why he has sort of a natural rapport with them. So I'm like, we'll have a captain with a Mastiff. That seems alright. Maybe I'll put some cybernetics on one side of his face or something like that. I just love the idea of big war dogs going in with Space Marines. That's so damn cool. Plankwalker, welcome in. Have a seat. .35, go ahead and cut that in. Let's do some projection here. I would say the body's certainly Merlin. I guess technically, if all I had to do was sculpt up the heads with the hands over the mouths, that might make it easier. The one thing I don't want to do as part of this, what I tend to do, you'll notice when I'm doing a mini project, is I make a bunch of files to go along with it. I don't want to get into trying to make 40K specific conversion files. That is a whole separate market from what I do, and it's not something I'm interested in trying to break into. Terrain, yes. Bases, yes. Conversion parts, no. So if I can use other people's parts for most of that, I'm perfectly happy to do so. Please do, Merlin. I'd love to see them. If they're from Wargame exclusive, they're the ones that I used on my previous effort. Oh yeah, definitely not. No, they're yeah, because Wargame exclusive is like in Ukraine. Actually, I have a better idea. This was silly. I'm going to keep that curvature. shouldn't need that plane for right now. Let's get some more details put in here. It's worth doing, Voxel, particularly when you're making the file from scratch. Just plain old Jenner, Valandar. But with a little bit more of a stylized approach. If it was 2C, I would have done the reverse jointed legs. Let's get rid of some excess sketches here that I don't need. You know I don't like dogleg anything, Verg. Well, that one didn't get the connector joint, so let's go ahead and remake it. Excellent, there we go. Let's swing it around. Calm down. And let's expand you out. Holy moly! Arcus, solid. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Valandar, what are you working on? Voxel, how's that Shadowhawk coming along? I'm excited to see that, man. Your work on mechs has been pretty damned inspiring. Let's drop that angle in. That's better. I'm sorry, Valandar. That'll happen sometime. Hang on, let me go up. That'll happen, that'll happen. Friend of mine, Cast Dice, asked me to print her a chunky D20, 45 millimeters from flat to flat. Ooh, that is chunky. Has her shop symbol on the 20, and it came out so perfectly the difference between sides was less than 1% according to my calipers. More accurate than anything by Chessex or Game Science. Valandar, I'm glad to hear that, man. I modeled myself a D20 one time, and it was before I understood that there were plugins for Fusion to just generate polyhedrons. So I just did a lot of math and figured out, like, okay, what are the relationships between the D20's faces? How can I make this? I made it from nothing, and 10 minutes later, like, thinking how proud I was of myself, I went online and was like, look at what I made, people, and someone went, here's a plugin to make polyhedrons. I was just like, I mean, I probably should have known that. But, you know, silver lining, I have a much greater understanding of the mathematical and geometric relations of the faces of a D20 now. That's information I'll literally never use. But, you know, I have it. Yeah, Wombat. There are all kinds of plugins for Fusion that you should be using if you're not. Freedom for Mars, good evening to you. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Friday stream. I am so glad to see you here too, Crossbow Roof. I hope that it gives people a little something to do at the end of their week. That is the goal. I want the distribution to be spacing and not extent. Thank you. That seems kind of ideal. D20 is a polyhedral generator too, only the D10 would need custom designing. Yeah, there's a plugin for Fusion that just lets you pull polyhedrons off of an online library and use them for anything that you want them to do. Yeah, exactly, Freedom from Mars. That moment when you're like, look at this amazing thing I did, look at all the hard work I did, and someone's like, click button, make thing. You dumb. I'm like, oh, fuck. Fine. Rid of my damn rendering lights. Those don't need to be there. I am free in the morning for me tomorrow, Merlin. My buddy Hethrier is going to be arriving in the afternoon, and then I'll be less free. 0.45 will do nicely. Why did you go all wonky like that? That was entirely unnecessary. Nope, not that. Nope, not that. Stop it. Stop it. Let's just fix you up right quick. Oh, I know why. It's because I did split face. It's the one time I should have just done split body, but, you know. Degrees will do it. Close enough. Yeah, we'll check times. That's no problem. But yeah, I can certainly I can make time for a call with you tomorrow, Merlin. One way or another, we'll get it done. Sumatha! How time flies. 2.5 already. 30 months. Still funny to think you're the first streamer I ever subscribed to. God damn, that is a little crazy. I mean, I'm honored, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you see how much that kind of helps to see the bulk of the Jenner just adding on the preliminary arms and NLAS. Very retro look to this bad boy. Yeah, the ray gun look, very much so. It's like, what's the word? Like ray punk. Kinda. I like it. I grow more cranky with every passing minute. No. Shadowcat, no. We're glad to have you here, if that makes any difference. Maybe a little sensor cluster in the middle or something. I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. I'm just trying to get these blocked in. So let's establish some components here. It's a much simpler mech than some others in that usually the arms are the majority of the detail. On this, they're pretty minimal. I guess I should create the pivot. I can be a little arbitrary with that. Let's make it 4.5. I'll probably bring it in closer to the body, but I'm not going to worry about that too much for right now. Let's get the MLAS put into the arm, and then let's bring the arm. Thank you. Bring it in tight, another 0.5 millimeter. Yeah. Mirror this to get an idea for the overall profile. Yeah, I'm really starting to like it now. It's got some fucking jank to it, doesn't it? The Jenner has always been such a fucking goof machine, and I love how like smooth and sleek the legs are, and then just how totally fucking jank the torso is. The proportions are starting to work better for me now too. And obviously the torso isn't fully detailed out. We've got more to add to that. I'm digging it, though. Yeah, it looks like they were just like, look, it has to have legs and it has to have 4 MLAs, okay? Make it work! Oh, it's Freedom from Mars. That's the wonderful thing about there being so many different mechs, is that there's something for everybody. And what's hideous to you is beautiful to someone else. Now, okay, JunglePlague was a big fan of, and let's just have a look here. I'm probably gonna do both. But, okay, JunglePlague was a fan of this SRM launcher. I'm a fan of this SRM launcher. The round one. I guess I'm just gonna make both, since it can be a separate detachable piece. Since he did do the concept art, I think we'll probably start with his. The round one is just so retro. Yeah, we'll just make it an attachment point, probably, Verg. Now here's a question. How do we feel about an SRM? Should it be facing directly forward mounted on the torso, or should it have a very slight, like a 5 to 10 degree upward cant? Because I'm kind of leaning towards the 5 to 10 degree upward cant, with the logic that most, like, you know, SRMs are direct fire, but still, they would just go whoosh and kind of gently arc into their target. Yeah, I think that that's going to look better. It's also easier to see it when it's on the table, when you've painted it. That's one of the things that I love about it, Freedom from Mars. It is so silly. Alright, we'll do the upward cant. Why do you keep doing that? I have no idea why you rotate that way. I'm just gonna make a box to start with that's probably roughly the right size. SRM missiles are gonna be 1.2 across each, so we need a minimum of 2.4. We want to add in some extra spaces around that. 4.5 should be more than good enough. It's just, yeah, it's a running group of MLAs and SRMs. It's a beautiful shotgun on legs is what it is. And without even detailing lists, I'm just gonna... What the hell? Set pivot there, yes. Oh, it's because I have faces selected. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna position this with a rear cant of 10 degrees. And no detailing whatsoever. And see, now the profile is starting to look right to me. Particularly if we bring in and put it next to, say... our panther that has no pelvis. God, what a terrible example. Let's bring in another one. This is our brief comparison here. I was bringing the Bigfoot for good measure. But this is our size lineup overall. And the Jenner with the launcher is coming up above the head of the Panther and just about to mid-head height on the Shadowhawk, and it's still notably smaller than our Assault Bigfoot and our Heavy Thunderbolt. As long as they all, like, because these are all designed to be in a series automat, so as long as they all scale well with each other. You think, like, lined up side by side, Verg? Like, instead of being in a group of 4, like in a group of 4 flat. I could also just lower it a little bit. It's very much just sticking up off the top of him right now. That was the third option. Oh, okay. I like how they look all standing together, though. Very natural. Let's get rid of these. Bing, bang, boom. Kablamo. Yes, Sander Shade, you're absolutely insane. I mean, I could... Here, let's start spacing the missile tubes, and I'll bet I could play with that some. Like, they don't have to be perfectly lined up in a square. We have room to fudge it some. Mostly I'm concerned with how they're lined up vertically. So let's decide where the actual tubes are gonna go. Let's see how much room we have, because I can get to 1.2, and 1.2 I found is pretty good for SRM missiles. The lower half of a mech with an erection. The first versions of the Jenner, and what you're describing, Valandar, is honestly the reason this project currently exists. Is because a lot of those original American designs were janky. They had issues. I love the spirit behind them, obviously, but the execution of them left a lot to be desired. So we're kind of revisiting those concepts and those designs through the eye of the Japanese designers at the time. What do I do for LRMs size-wise? They're usually about the same. I find that 1.2, usually how I will differentiate SRM from LRM is in having the missile points either protruding or not. That's not strictly always true because I don't have the missile points protruding on the De Tomaso, but that's because due to their placement, they looked a lot like nipples. So we didn't end up doing that. But I can get away with just 1 millimeter for LRMs a lot of the time. I tend to make them a little bit smaller. On the, this guy here? Well, these are the same size. I was saying length 3. Give me the diameter, you son of a bitch. Oh, it's because it's angled, that's why. It's not technically a circle. But they are roughly... These are actually a little bit smaller than 1.2. But they end up being 1.2 because I also boosted the size of this guy for his final version by 15 to 20%. Oh, out of his chest launcher? Because this is 2.4 across on the bottom, 3 on the top, and with a height on the side of 3.3. Add 20% to that, and you'll have the final version. That's the funny thing about this. Like, I'm going with these measurements because this is where I started. And ironically, literally all of these in their final forms get bumped up by 10 to 15%. So these measurements are not strictly accurate for how I like it to be. I proportion everything within these measurements, and then I adjust their overall scale for the final file until I get them right where I want them to be. And the measurements that I use for a rule of thumb are just minimums that I know will absolutely work. I can't go smaller, but I can go bigger, so I make them as small as I can, and then I enlarge. I know Wombat, a lot of the time people do. Like I said, I didn't on the Panther, because if you put the metals in the tube on the Panther, it looks like he has nipples. And I didn't want that. That was bad. I think I probably will for these. But first I want to figure out the arrangement. So we can easily do like that. And widen it out without too much difficulty. How do you feel about that, Verg? That looks a little bit better, yeah? You know, Voxel Forge, I wouldn't worry that much about it, man. Sizing mechs, like, it ends up being arbitrary, and it's what you prefer, ultimately. As long as you're happy with the size of it, like, there's always going to be somebody who's like, well, technically, due to the tonnage and density, it should be the... And they're totally full of shit, because nothing makes sense in Battletech. I might play around with the placement, then. Like, it doesn't strictly have to be a square, does it? Something like that could be cool, huh? It's got a little more style to it, doesn't it? Put a little shape in the middle. Hamburg. Oh, thank you very much for the reminder. Oh God. Oh. Ah. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Let's see. That's a little closer. These are very fine adjustments at this point. And I'm going to drop these in and add actual missile tips. This is really just placement at this point. In fact, let's do that initial part now. Integrate the center greebly on the launcher down into the center torso, like having to reach down to the cockpit pylon. Could, but the thing is I want this to be a separate piece because I'm also going to have a cylindrical launcher option. And for that matter, I think that Verg's right, we should have no launcher be an option so that you can do other variants of the Jenner. You know, Vergaderung, in my head, I just go with the missile fins fold out when it fires, and I don't worry about making it wider than the tips themselves. Merlin Models has fantastic news, though. God knows I can't wait to hear what it is. They're actually going to be slightly larger than 1.2, because again, I bump up the scale by roughly 15 to 20% on all of these. I mean, the reloading thing never makes mechanical sense, but more mechanical sense I'll allow. So the breakdown Sumatha for actual pieces are the legs are one piece, each arm is one piece, the torso is one piece, and the launcher is one piece. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 piece for assembly. And that way, you know, you can... Like, there isn't much posability to the arms of a Jenner, but you can at least swivel them around on their primary axes. Eh. Alright, this is a start. I'll worry about the particulars later. Yeah, the arms could be a little oversized. might answer that by bulking up the torso rather than shrinking them. On the other hand, in the art, they're facing down. I've also lengthened the torso from the art. That's about right. Reaches down to roughly mid-thigh. Might be getting affiliated with a brush company. Send me a free set to see what I think of them. Which company, Merlin? I'm curious. And also, congratulations. Does each leg include the skirt piece, or is that integrated into the pelvis? So the way that I divide these up, the pelvis and both legs are a single piece, and there are just multiple poses of the legs available. And then the torso sits down onto a ball and socket joint that sticks up out of the pelvis, so you can rotate the torso around and point it wherever you want it to go. But the legs and pelvis are a single piece that are pre-posed, because for me, I find that always to be the easiest way to build these, and that way you don't have to sit there and fiddle with knee joints and try to get everything to line up just so. Like, everything is going to stand on a nice, even surface. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. The entire lower body is one piece. I did that the same way with this guy. So there are multiple poses for each arm, the torso is the same no matter what, and then there are a few different versions of the legs and pelvis that are done in pre-posed variants. Chronicle Card sending me a set of wolf bristle brushes. Very nice. I would love to know how those are. I've seen a few people advertising wolf bristle lately, and I've thought to myself, is that something that I want? I don't rightly know. Alright, so let's take this out and work on the torso some more. Hamburg Tech! 500 biddies. Hamburg, thank you so much for your donation. How are you today, Hamburg? I think I asked and then I didn't look at what you said because I'm a jerk face. Leaf painting likes them? That's as glowing an endorsement as I need to at least try something. How goes the 3D modeling? Yeah, a little bit at a time. Never quite as fast as I'd like it to go, but I like to take my time as I work. One is probably good. And we can adjust from there. Let's give ourselves a center point to work with. .8, that'll work just fine. That'll give us a good little space there. Come up to about there. And what about the rear torso? This continues back flat. And then drops down like so. Just about even with the top of the arm pivot. And then our jump jets are going to go on here. few unnecessary lines. How do you start the leg shapes? Sweeps? Mostly for this, I use, whatchamacallits. Quad balls and T-splines. I think I still have some of the original ones that I used to make them in here, because I don't delete them. Yeah, there was the start of the last one's legs. And the start of the legs for this one before they got modified. I find quad balls to be really remarkably effective once you start to learn how to do NURBS modeling. There's space, and then we're gonna come straight down. Can we please get a parallel connection? Thank you very much. To here, and then cut in and up. These are going to wind up being the same top and bottom. And end up dropping those in some. But that's why we're fooling around with this now. In line there. And then another separation here. What? Why would you do that? Let's establish these basics. I think we're going to widen the torso some because I want these to be at least 3 wide. I'll do that most of the time, Xandershade, if I'm not working with quite such organic or curved shapes. It's one of the reasons that I really, really like Fusion, is that I can start with 2-dimensional shapes and mostly use sketches to define what I'm doing. Let's bring this out 0.5. And let's grab these pieces and also bring them out 0.5. Nope, not you. Stop that. Go away. That's a little more manageable. Also means we're going to get rid of our mirrored arm. Grab our left arm. And move it out 0.5 millimeter to its original position. He's gonna have some big old jets on him at the end of all this. These I can actually drop in. That or expand this out. Really close to the hips here. I have to raise everything or just drop this in. I think dropping this in is the better answer. Because we're out, what, a full millimeter. Oh, I've been watching Voxel Forge. It's goddamned insane. I wish I weren't watching, but I am. They exist, Xander Shade. They can be a little challenging to find. If there's one thing I have learned from watching videos of other people using Fusion 360 online, it's that I fucking suck at using Fusion 360. Yeah, Sumith, I think that that's probably the right answer. Like, kinda right across here. There's no good reason not to. The whole thing. It's the bottom, you know? There's no reason for it to have that curvature to it. I think that's going to increase the fit, or improve the fit. Yeah, it's real easy to kill any and all pride you have in your 3D modeling skills by looking up some of these more talented modelers, man. It's fucking crazy. You know, a little bit at a time, keep improving. That's what I try to do, Merlin. Still takes practice. Never used to be able to make a D20. I mean, now I can, even though I discovered that's a totally useless skill to have. Technically I can do it. Good for me. Fantastic. Honestly, I'm just going to delete this piece. There's no reason to keep it at all. No, Sumitha, but like I play at so few official gaming tables and so many unofficial ones that nobody really gives a shit. I'll use 3D printed dice. I don't give a damn. I'm not like good enough to fudge a die in my own favor. If it's not truly random, it's not truly random in such a way that it might as well be because I don't understand the deviation. I think people get a little too obsessed with randomization. Like, nobody should be that worried about it if they're not running a fucking casino, you know what I mean? Let's give ourselves a midpoint plane here to work with. For production, yeah, Valandar. For me, I just print them and use them. Oh my god. Hamburg, you absolute madman. 10 community gift subs. Holy hell. What, somebody take the gift sub button away from this man. He's gone mad, folks. He's gone mad. Oh my god, going out to Parallaxel, Spotty as Shark, Secrets, Squirrel Mark of the Beast, JT Kimmel, Freedom from Mars, Cribbages, Unexpected, Dragon Printer, David Rogers, and Truembadia. Hamburg, thank you so much for your support, man. Honestly, thank you so much for all of your support for the entire duration of the stream. It means so fucking much, dude. I love that you enjoy being here more than anything. Thank you for ensuring some of these fine people won't have to watch commercials so much.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
And good day to you, Tobin Lord. And oh my god, Xandershade following it up. I couldn't even tell because the thunder hasn't stopped rumbling. Hitting Trollblitz 40k, Steel Rebel, Tomaton, Born Demure, and our very favorite semi-serious nerd, Xandershade. Thank you so much. Y'all, don't compete. Don't compete over gift subs, you maniacs. That's no, stop that. Honestly, you guys, thank you so much for the support. It really, like, I continue to do this stream.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream Has a lot of the latter.
A lot of the latter. No, I didn't say anything of the sort. Yeah, Sumitha, let me go back and see that, because, yeah, you just wrote something here and I didn't want to miss it. One of the funniest moments of all time regarding dice and Battletech, the discovery of 6-sided D3s. Justicar, after getting fed up with the dice he just bought, shouted, "Alright, that's it, I've had it with this die." Has it rolled above a 3 all night? Oh, yeah. I have some of those, where it's just each number is repeated twice. Whoopsie daisy. It was so nice of you to let him know before that point, though, Sumitha. I need to grift more. I'm not good at grifting. I'm terrible at grifting. I feel guilty. Even, like, asking for subs, I'm always just like, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. If you guys enjoy being here, I appreciate every little bit of support you give. I love being here. I love hanging out with you guys. I love getting to share my creative time with people. Jay Schaefer, gifting one out to Ren Momo. Schaefer, thank you so much, man. Y'all are so generous. It's more than a little bit ridiculous. I'm not gonna stop you, but I am gonna complain at you just a little bit. I'm sure there are better things you could be spending your money on. And it always makes me forget what I'm doing. Which isn't strictly your fault. Just learned you're having D&D tomorrow. Oh my. Well, that's a nice thing to be surprised by, isn't it, Verg? What are you playing? Seriously, you guys, though, thank you for supporting me the entire time the stream has been on. I know I've said it time and time again, but this has been, in many ways, my replacement for my ability to go to my friendly local game store and just kind of have gaming-related friends. And you guys have made the last nearly 3 years incredibly pleasurable to be here. See how this looks with the new bulk. A Fusion 360 stream. It is indeed. Hey, nerd. How you doing? You can shill for me. You can grift for me if that makes you happy, Sanders Shade. I'm not going to stop you, buddy. Ooh, Ravenloft. That's always a good time. All right, how are we feeling about the Jenner torso with the new bulk? Let's get a better look at it. It always, you can get a better idea of it in a render. It gives you more perspective. So now I'm definitely thinking I want to drop the head down a little bit more. I hate it when it does that. I'm concerned. Not giving up miniature painting after all. Just not getting my validation from people nearly a decade older than me on Twitch. Ren, that's the right fucking answer, and I'm glad to hear that, man. I'll tell people over and over again, if you look to the wrong sources, it's really easy on the internet with social media, with Twitch, to absolutely kill your inspiration for miniature painting. So I'm glad that you have gone through the process and realized that there's more to it than that, man. Do it for yourself. I love seeing your work, and I'm glad to hear that you've given that some thought, man. Welcome back. Pull the head out a little bit more. Yeah, I'm thinking so too, Vergaderung. I think the head should come out and maybe go down a little bit. Well, the toe hooks I'm probably going to make a little bit smaller. I just want to make sure that they print cleanly. The reason that I like the toe hooks on this one, Sumitha, is that it's visual homage to another mech. A much larger mech. You might recognize it. I guess I could center it on the screen for you. I love the hasty. I love it so much. It's so hideous, isn't it? So aggressively inhuman, so simian in its proportions. Yeah, and the idea is that that's actually how they're usually deployed to the battlefield, is with hooks attached to choppers, and the choppers fly them in and drop them off, and then they go do their thing. The render, it's so pixelated. Yeah, I think so too. I think the head needs to come out a little bit more with the extra bulk. Yeah, I very specifically asked JunglePlague to add in the toe hooks, since the torso is kind of reminiscent of the Hasty's weird pseudo-oval boat shape anyway. I wanted the toe hooks there. Oh my god. A level 4 hype train. Y'all are out of control. Thank you guys so much. You always, like I said, you always make it such a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be doing reduxes of all of these, by the way. They've had construction problems the entire time I've had them released. I'm going to redesign them in the way that I did the other ones, so that they are multi-part assemblies and not single-piece prints. And I'm probably going to add some extra details to them and then re-release them. They're still going to be free. I won't make money off of designs that aren't mine. Do the Tallman! Oh... You're so full of great ideas, Vergaderung. How does anyone ever resist them? This is completely unrelated. I was looking through your Instagram, saw the Trinity City Streets asset. Never thought of making something like that. And I'm intrigued. Oh, you mean the environment that I cut bases out of. Yeah. I like to do bases that way just because, like, I don't know, it makes sense to me to sort of put the whole environment together in my head and then just cut pieces out of that environment. Not for every base style, but for some. Raise the head a bit, center line of the disc on the center line of the neck. C-Stig, I kind of want to lower it a little bit. Kind of want to lower it, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking like that. Look at that. Ooh, look at that. Now we're cooking. What is it with you and the high head, Vergaderung? I lowered it by 0.5 millimeter, and you're like, oh no, make it higher. Enlarging the dick. Embiggen. I think forward is definitely a good idea. You know what? I'm gonna make it more forward. Look at that. This is some haters gonna hate shit right here. It really is, Jay Schaefer. That's kind of why I love it. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's nothing's ever good enough for you, Vergaderung. I'll meet you halfway. How about that? I like the way you think, Altruazine. It's like a mobile speech platform. It's a big running podium. In fairness, Sumitha, the Jenner's cockpit is sloped in every conceivable way, and it seems like it would generate a whole lot of glancing hits. Well, yeah, we haven't done any of the Greevlies on the neck or the head yet, so, you know, bear that in mind, Amish Dig. I might widen the neck a touch. Just close that up. I like that. Oh, he's a girthy boy. You could have a whole picnic right here on this upper slope of the neck. Doesn't that sound nice? And then he's gonna have, like, jump jet here, jump jet here, jump jet here, jump jet here. Big motherfucking jump jet right here. He's gonna have the full 5 nozzles arrayed on his back. So he's gonna get a little bit more front-back weight also. I think this might be it. That might be the perfect head placement. I'm liking the size and proportion of the lasers on the arms pretty well. I'm liking the SRM placement for the most part. I still want to, and in fact I'm going to right now just to get a visual. Why did I do that there? I still like this better. The rounded launcher. I'm gonna do both. I just like this better. Yeah, I might go back to just the square box Sumatha. Now that I've added in the other details, I feel like that might kind of... I'm gonna make a few, I figure, and we'll sort of try them all out and see how we like them. I guess try this, just the box out. I guess there's no reason I couldn't do literally all of them. Strictly speaking. Put some small champers on the corner of this bad boy. I have traveled in search of fresh meat and ideas. Sewer Creature, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. We're just doing basics here. I don't need 2 mirror lines. What are you doing? Here we go. Yeah, I think this actually works better than the funny one that we made. God damn it, JunglePlague. This is when you come in? When I'm capitulating to your asinine desire for square missile boxes? You know what? There. Is that better? How do you like that? How's that make you feel? I made this one first. Some indents between the 4 down the sides. Yeah, we'll add some more details to it, certainly. This is just blocking out. I also made this one. This was our first try. We were going for something a little squatter, a little sleeker. I'm not as convinced by it now. Now that we blocked out the side details on the torso, I actually think I like the other ones better. The simplicity of this one works with the rest of the design very nicely. And we've been playing with the placement of the head and the size of the neck. You see what I mean, JunglePlague? It is, isn't it? It has that retro feel to it. This is absolutely my favorite. I just gotta make it so that either one will fit on the back effectively. We'll just plug in. Hey, Dodge. Welcome in, dude. It's nice to see you. How you doing? Alright, for the moment, I want to do a little bit of organization before I lose track of what I'm doing here. Let's get the arms out of here. Move this up here. Arms should go under Pioneer. Why won't you move where I tell you to go? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, okay, on top somehow works. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Just because we've had that problem in the recent past. Yeah, the launcher's going to be a separate piece so that there are multiple options. Go ahead and attach these to the torso proper. Why is that not connected? That should be connected. That's strange. I mean, I can make damn sure that it is, but it's just odd that that curve doesn't match. Link all those up into the side torso. And let's just mirror it, get rid of these for now. Alright, we need some more components now. Specifically, torso. You're the part of the torso, you're part of the torso, you're part of the torso. Most excellent. You're gonna get your own couple of components here. RM4, and within that, subcomponents. Cylinder. Box. Make the box invisible for now. You're always so good at pointing out when I put unintentional faces on things, Sumith. I appreciate that. Need to eventually embiggen the cockpit and ensmallen the torso. I've known to be like Jon Snow and know nothing. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I compare it to, like, the size of the cockpit that we have here on the Dugram. Like, this is actually relatively spacious by comparison. And I have modeled the internal details of this to a 6mm person, and a person could sit in there. It's a tight fit. But you can sit in there and still have controls and whatnot. So I think the Jenner's cockpit is actually, it's about right. You don't want it to be too huge. And I mean, like, compare it to the De Tomaso's cockpit, which is also about right. It's actually larger than it. Oh, Hamburg, always catch me slouching. Always catching me slouching. Thanks for keeping me hydrated, folks. Yeah, I like the tow hooks a lot. I think that's a great detail that got added. Again, I just love envisioning it being, like, helicopter lifted into place. Let's make this guy disappear for a moment. Folks, give me just a minute. I'm going to hit you with the BRB screen. I just need to stand up, stretch my legs for a few, hit the head, grab something more to drink. I should be doing it every hour on the hour, but I'm not. So I'm going to do it right now. I'll be back in just a few, and we've still got another hour until the storm report. So if you want to get your entries in, make sure you're working on that. And if you're interested in participating in the storm report and sharing some of your art with us live here on the stream, super easy to do. All you got to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting exclamation point Discord in chat, or by clicking the button down below me right there. Navigate your way into the Storm Report channel and make a post. The rules are posted right there. But if you have, like, some minis you've painted, some art that you've done, work in progress, finished, just something you're proud of, something you're looking for advice on, really anything, please feel free to share, and we're going to take a look at it starting at 8:30, which is in about 1 hour. JunglePlague, thank you for stopping in, man, and thank you for your well wishes. Thank you more than anything for the art that we're working from today, and I'm looking forward to getting to more of your designs after this bad boy. Folks, I will see you in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. really nice tables. I kind of struggle with that too. Paying for them? Yikes. I go out of my way to buy things from any store that I'm going to use the tables at. I guess maybe a lot of players don't, though. No, I can't speak for everyone. Slain! Been working so hard. New job is great. Painting has been non-existent, but that changes tomorrow. Bitterbrush, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear you're getting some time, man. I'm glad the job's going well. That's fantastic news. That reminds me, Bitterbrush. I was telling people earlier on Tuesday I got out to a local tabletop game event at a bar. There's like a local group that just runs like open tables at a bar every Tuesday. I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I got out to the event though. There were like 6 tables at least of people going. I was really impressed at the turnout. And I sat down at a random table. They encouraged me. They're like, here, just fucking go jump into that game over there. Somebody was playing Paranoia, which I had never played. And the dude running it, for a minute, I thought, like, does Bitterbrush live near me? And I just had no idea. He looked and sounded so much like you. Like, even like the cadence and the way that he spoke. I was like, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to accuse him of being a Twitch streamer. Some might not take kindly to that. I have so many doppelgangers. As a tall, bald white man with glasses and a short beard, I feel your pain. As like, me and Rhino are like the same fucking person. It was pretty cool. I guess they get enough people regularly that the bar has an arrangement with them to reserve tables for that specific event every Tuesday. They have like a 2-drink minimum, so it's like everybody who comes in is putting money into the bar. Like, it makes perfect sense. And they were very friendly. It was the first time I played an in-person TTRPG in, well, years at this point. I don't know, dude. Harry Potter's pretty masculine. Harry Potter's pretty masculine. Have you seen the shots from Equus that Daniel Radcliffe was in? Because that dude is hung like a fucking... like a centaur. It's ridiculous. We did not, in fact, have security clearance for anything. That didn't stop me from trying, though, Trotsky. D&D players seem really bad about that, but it might be an unfair stereotype. Well, Altruazine, it's a tricky one because... Like collectible card game players seem to be the bread and butter of shops like that. That's why they cater a lot to Magic the Gathering. Because they buy product constantly. There's a constant cash flow associated with that hobby. I think that it's a little less reliable when you get into miniature games. The purchases tend to be more sporadic, and they rely more on, like, whales. When it comes to miniature games, the players who come in and, like, every time there's a new release, they're like, you know, reserve me X number of them, and they drop thousands of dollars at a time. And they're sort of fewer and farther between. And then you get to tabletop role-playing games, and you think about what are the purchases for tabletop role-playing games. They're gonna buy a set of books, maybe a couple of minis, maybe some paints. One time, they might buy dice sets, sometimes. And that's about it. And then they're going to use your tables a whole fucking lot. So it's a tricky balance, and I do understand the perspective of the store owners. More than one occasion, I've been mistaken for another guy who apparently lives in Denver. At one point, even nearly got beat up for something he apparently did years and years ago. Have you ever experienced sleepwalking, Sumatha? Is it possible that were you born a conjoined twin and they told you that they removed it entirely, but you have still like a strange tumor around maybe the back of your head? I mean, I'm suggesting possible answers is all I'm doing. Lumberjack Harry Potter. My doppelganger has unfortunately passed away. Oh. His wife was very grateful I came to the funeral. His mother, not so much. That's fucked up, Crossbow. Like I said, game shops are in a golden zone in Memphis. We support 5 full-time game shops and a couple of partial shops with a total metro population of 1.3 million. That's not bad at all. So maybe they're just being stingy, which is unfortunate. A lot of game shops exist in places that don't have quite so much patronage. So again, I try to be understanding. Might be going off the deep end, picking up either some BattleTech or some 40k miniatures. Man, those are two wildly different things. How do you get to that point where it's like either BattleTech or 40k? These are completely different things. What are you thinking, mechanic? Butts and seats, but if you're all full, you're all full. Yeah, it's true, Trotsky, and you can always jump into a draft. And they all thrive, even during the lockdowns. It sounds like you've got a good gaming community. They should maybe be a little bit more understanding with that in mind. Wiley Cliff, it is going. I'm making kind of slow progress on this guy, but, significant regardless. I always try to be fair. As much as I often bitch about Games Workshop, I always try to be fair when it comes to analyzing tabletop games and what you should get into. And, both can only afford one, and I don't know I'll see what happens when I get to my FLGS. But see, that's what I'm talking about, mechanic. Like, as far as price range, you're talking about two completely different things. BattleTech is like, drop $50. Maybe as much as $100 if you're going crazy and get like a book and a couple of lances of mechs, a couple of boxes of mechs. Whereas like, I want to get started in 40k. Okay, have $300 on you. Like, it's significantly more expensive to get into 40k than it is to get into BattleTech. Now, okay, in total fairness, you have to balance that out. Depending on your location, it can be much more difficult to find games of BattleTech, whereas 40k, every asshole plays 40k. I mean, every considerate, kind, erudite gamer plays 40k. That's what I meant to say, obviously. So, it's a question of what you're investing in. Know your local game circuit before you necessarily make that choice. I think BattleTech is definitely cheaper to get into, and it's cheaper to have enough mechs that you can get other people into games with you. One friend who might want to play BattleTech, but that's it. Yeah, I'd imagine it's also like less popular in the UK Merlin models, because BattleTech is a uniquely American. That's ironic to say, isn't it? Uniquely American property, almost entirely stolen from Japanese properties. Whereas 40k is like so British, it's disgusting. Lace and paint. I was wondering about that, LDC. I saw lace and paints, and I thought to myself, like, that doesn't sound familiar. And I was wondering if it had been a name change, but I wasn't sure who from. So that was LDC. I gotcha. Thank you for letting me know. You're not wrong. For whatever reason, there's a huge following in Germany. I talk to Alex about that sometimes. We sell so much terrain to Germany, it's stupid. 10-minute drive to play 40k, 1-hour drive to play BattleTech. And you have to take that into consideration. Mechanic. I'm not gonna push you one way or the other, because it's impossible for me to know which really makes the most sense for you. But there's definitely a reason more people play 40k, and it's kind of because more people play 40k. I'm gonna see if I can't start making some jet nozzles here. There's multiple shops. Know the shops. If I wanted to play a non-40k tabletop game, I'd go to War Room in East Memphis. If I want to play a CCG, I'd go to Memphis Magic Arena, and so on. Yeah, it can be a little complicated, depending on how many. A lot of people, and I mean, obviously you know this, Valandar the Red, but a lot of people wind up with not as much choice. If you've only got 1 to 2 shops, the best thing you can do is go in and be like, what are people playing? And then just play that. Must be nice to be at the point where you sell more models to players because you sell more models to players. Yeah, no, I do know, Sumatha, and it's something that I talk with people about sometimes, that oh man, trying to break into the stranglehold that Games Workshop has on the wargaming market cannot be easy. They have a self-perpetuating thing going on at this point. People play 40k because people play 40k, and it's really, really hard to get around that. Oh, is it? Is it? We might start a little early if that's the case, Xander Shade. I haven't looked at it. That's what I used to do, Valandar. I got a number of... And I was talking with my friends about this down in San Antonio when I was there, too, because, like, we had a thriving Beyond the Gates of Antarius community there while I was there. It was the opinion of several of my friends that I have a unique ability to convince people to start war games, because I would pick up a game and just be like, hey... Like, we did that with Antares, where there was, like, one starter box there. I bought it, I split it with my buddy, we started playing, and then anytime someone would look over or look at our painted models, they'd be like, hey, come take a look at this. Hey, come, hey, we're gonna run a league. Hey, they're gonna be doing the living world thing for the game next month. Hey, come play. Here, use my models, and we would draw people in. We had, like, 20 active players for Antares when I was there, and then I move away, and it just nosedives. It needs somebody cracking that whip a lot of the time. Hey there, ho there. How do you do, Riot Sister? Riot Sister, it's wonderful to see you. My audio buttons, or rather my media buttons, still aren't working, but you know, Riot Sister, you've earned a little special effort. Assuming I can find what I'm looking for. There it is.
Hello there.
Riot Sister, how you doing tonight? I don't fully understand. They've integrated shoutouts to Twitch itself, and I guess we're using it now. It seems strange, uncomfortable, alien, and foreign, but it's what we're doing. Just realized my FLGS is Battletech Monday nights at 5 p.m. and I work until 5 p.m. So that's probably out that... Oh man, really? That early? That kind of sucks. How long does it go, though? If it's at 5 p.m., like, does it run for a few hours? Because you could reasonably still show up at 6 and get some games in. I'd lean into Alpha Strike if that were the case. Thing is, you have to have like 100 players to really have a community. Something that's self-sustaining. Yeah, Trotsky, that's absolutely the truth. A lot of other games look healthy with like 20 players around a few people propping up the scene. Yeah, and that's like, we could have continued to grow, but it just... It is an unfortunate, but very real fact that these games, they can't... If I carry on this line of discussion, I'm just going to start bemoaning the existence of Warhammer 40k again, and that's boring. That's boring, and I don't want to do it, so I'm just going to stop myself. No, nobody wants to fucking hear that. It's boring, I tell you. Oh, Jay Schaefer, thank you. You caught me slouching. Caught me leaning. I'm not convinced this is going to be the final nozzle. I just want to make a basic one. Let's bring that back, because I still want to do a sketch there. There. Give ourselves a pattern. Coming out 1.5, that's pretty good. Let's do some split body along these three. Make that invisible. Oh no. Oh no, no. I have to do crazy voices. The crazy voices, they come naturally. That's just how my brain does sometimes. Do I do crazy voices? Is that a thing, chat? I find myself doubting that. I don't really do crazy voices. When have I ever done a crazy... Name one time. Yep, see, Data Nerd says I never do crazy voices. Every time you open your mouth. Oh, thank you, Valendar. I really appreciate that. Well, hello, Sky. One way or the other. I mean, you know, thank you for joining us tonight. Your father has apparently made me out to be a living cartoon. Why can't I select that surface? There we go. There it is. Why do you not want to select that? It's clearly raised, but you're being a fart. I'm hanging in there. Just did a neti pot for the first time, and my gods, what a weird experience. Yes. Yes, Riot Sister. I have the, what's the squeezy bottle one? Now, chat, we're going to have a conversation about pumping salt or saline solution through your sinuses. If we talk Rogue One, the voices will come. We talk Star Wars in general, because then I can start doing the, like, focus all firepower on that Superstar Destroyer. Yeah, it's I do the squeezy bottle one, and they're very uncomfortable, but I will say, if you haven't done them before, Riot Sister, do that like a few times in a row. 2 or 3 cycles of those little squeezy bottle things with the like hot, like warm saline. I put mine in the microwave for like 20 to 30 seconds. It does absolute wonders for my sinuses, though. I'm starting to get fed up with this. There's definitely a surface there. I would like to make a sketch on it. Why is it not selectable? Is it not flat? That doesn't make any sense. This is crazy. No, it does have a little angle to it. That's weird. What did I do? How did I do that? I don't know, but we can fix it. Like so. Okay, that's better. Finish She-Hulk, finish Rings of Power, episode behind on Andor. I haven't watched any of Andor. Nor will I. If you like Andor, that's fine. You're not gonna get me to watch your Star Wars. You can't make me. I have not watched She-Hulk. I haven't watched anything on Disney Plus for some time now. Not since Obi-Wan. Because after Obi-Wan, I'm done. This nozzle might be a little bit too large for doing as many of them as I plan to. How big is it in the art? Pretty large, maybe not quite this large. Maybe we can shrunk it down a scotch. Nozzle, what's up, Dwegom? How you doing? Give myself a point to work with. Scale this bad boy from that point. Take it down 10%. That seems manageable. Not a hernia. I'm glad to hear that. That at least is worth something. Pick direction. We're going to go with this. Scoot that up. And then we're going to grab you again. We're going to make a copy. We're going to select that same axis. And we're going to go chugga 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 chugga. I guess it's a bit much. But the fun part is we can just scale that one down too. In. Apparently Black Adam is a non-stop fight. That's all I want from it. I just want it to be ridiculous action the whole way through, and the more I hear that it is, the more excited I get to watch it. Ignacio 3 Dim, how you doing today, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. It's fantastic to have you here. I hope you're having a good evening. Myself a little bit more to work with here, I think. These nozzles are a little... Like I'm going to want to add the one in the middle before I really have an opinion about this, but holy crap. I might end up toning down some of the back geometry a little bit. Hey, Mafik. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I might tighten it in a bit. I don't know. I want to add the big central nozzle before I do. It's supposed to look pretty extreme as far as jumping capacity goes, and there will be a central nozzle to sort of balance everything out. Holy hell, though. That's some jumping power there. Stop doing that. I'm excited for Black Adam based solely on the fact that The Rock has wanted to do it as a passion project for like the last 11 years. Like, I will watch it. Good or bad, I'm gonna see it. Not in theaters, I'm gonna wait for it to be on streaming because I don't go to theaters anymore. I need to add the back skirting on here too. How are we feeling about this shape overall, folks? Trumbaria, I've had some really shitty experiences in theaters. The last few times that I've gone to, like, I'm really, really picky and sensitive anyway. I hate being around random people talking in the fucking theaters. I seem to get, like, the worst luck. I always end up sat right in front of, like, the one person who, every time there's a funny line, this person has to repeat the fucking line. Like, what? Why? Who are you helping with that? What even is the point of doing that? But I'm always in front of somebody who does that crap. And I used to go to the Alamo Draft House. I lived in San Antonio, so I would go to some of the first Alamo Draft Houses that ever existed. And they have the whole, like, oh, we'll kick you out if you talk in the theater thing. They are so full of shit. They are so unbelievably full of shit. The number of times somebody was blatantly talking in the theater and I would report them, and what would happen is a manager will come and stand at the entrance to the theater and stare at the person who was talking, and the person obviously knows that they've been reported because they've been talking in the fucking theater, so they stop talking, and then they wait for the manager to go away, and then they just keep talking. And that's how it happened every single time. It was so unbelievably frustrating. I had showings of my showing of Logan was ruined. I took a friend of mine to go see a special showing of The Fifth Element, which was ruined by people talking in the damn theater. Like, I hated it. And it's expensive, and you gotta drive into town, and the food is over. Like, it's just, it's one headache after another. And me personally, I don't miss going. Over the course of the pandemic, when it became essentially impossible to go to theaters, I do not miss it one little bit. I have a nice home theater set up. I got surround sound. I got an OLED screen. I'd much rather just watch it at my house. Oh, way more. Way more, Sumitha. You're going to pay like $15 per ticket, and then you're going to pay for gas, and then you're going to pay for food, and you got to do parking, and it's like, you know, you end up spending $150 on a night out to go to the theater, when I'm like, I'll just buy the movie at home, watch it as many times as I want for $20. I'm feeling pretty good about the shape of this Jenner overall right now, though, folks. It's a little extreme, but that's kind of how I like it. Really is. It looks like the legs of some other mech stuck onto some, like, it doesn't look like it belongs together at all. And I really kind of adore that. Yeah, exactly, Data Nerd. I can pause it and go to the bathroom and not miss anything. I don't have to run out and try to get back in. There's just no great experience about going... People are always talking about, like, well, this one movie, you really gotta see it in theaters. And I'm like... In some cases, it enhances the experience a little bit, I guess. But honestly, not that much. Not that much. And I don't want to, like... I don't want to besmirch anybody who loves the theater experience. If you love the theater experience, if you love to go... have at it. You're just never going to catch me there again. Oh, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, Riot Sister, that the way the pricing models for films and like profit sharing works out is fair to the theaters. I just don't want to go. It's true, I don't have to wear pants at home watching movies, and rarely will I. Alright, I'm just doing this to see if I'm comfortable with the proportions on this guy, and I think that he's just about right. All we have left to do is detailing on the torso and working out the connection point for the SRMs. Detailing on the head and neck, adding the final jump nozzle. He's a bulky boy, but that's what he should be. I think it'll be fun making a, oh my god. What is happening tonight? What have I done? DFW Dwegham dropping 10 gift subs right on top of us here. Going to AJ Kirchhoff, Lacing Paints, War Master Shaki, our very own Mafik, Grim Nation Hobbies, Techno Cat, Altruazine, Azazel 80, Scud 24, Waffles the Wonder Fish, and Zycosis. My number 2 spot, Xandershade. No, you've been dethroned. Were crystals. I'm gonna be doing some of those for myself here, Dwegham. But yeah, I'll have the ones that you need for specifically your whatchamacallits, your Votan for you inside of this next week. And it'll take me longer to get the full set release because there's a lot more than just those shapes, but the basic shapes and sizes that you need, I'm happy to provide to you. It's a Klingon bird of prey with legs. Yeah, it kind of is. You know, that long neck on it. I really like what JunglePlague did with the lasers on this bad boy. Oh my, what? Riot Sister. I mean, probably from the perspective of a content creator, I shouldn't actively discourage people from giving gift subs, but Riot Sister, what are you doing? You don't give us enough of your time, you don't give us enough of your thought, enough of your energy, and not get paid for it already? You have to fucking... What the fuck? So he gave 11. Just to get the number 1 spot. Dwegham, holy crap, man. Oh my god. First of all, Riot Sister, thank you so much for the gift subs. Dwegham, thank you for the 11 more. That's 21 tonight. You absolute madman. You are out of control. He's gone mad, folks. Yeah, we're over 40. We're over 40 gift subs tonight. And you know, it's funny, I'm having a conversation earlier today with Dr. Rhino, just kind of like about streaming and you know, how interacting with the community, what kind of content are we bringing to people, really enjoy our streams, how it can be easy to doubt that sometimes. And I'm like, oh, screw it, I'll do a little, we'll have a Friday stream, we'll do a little bit of 3D work, and y'all are just going crazy with the gift subs. Oh my god. You guys. Thank you so much. Thank all of you so much for showing your support to the community, to the stream, for making this just all so worthwhile to do. Every single time that I'm here. Let's save our work on the Pioneer for tonight. He's almost done. I think I got one more quick work session on this guy to finish off detailing the head, but like proportion-wise, I'm really happy with where he's sitting right now. I think this is going to be a good-looking mech. Put him next to his friends. I think he fits in nicely. It's still going. We're still on Riot Sister. It's just gonna be going forever and ever. Speaking of forever and ever, why don't we get to the Storm Report? Why don't we start that off a little early? Because I like the cylindrical SRMs, Mafik. It's very much in the Kunio Okawara style. I'm gonna let this finish. I'm gonna let this finish because I don't wanna cut off the notifications. I feel that Dwegham should get to enjoy every single repetition of that wonderful little gif from Big Trouble in Little China. Rockin' Robin. Rockin' Robin, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. I got to see Robin when I was down in Texas briefly. We got some lunch down at a Tex-Mex joint near where he works. It's funny, I had Tex-Mex pretty much every day I was there and never got tired of it because we don't have good Mexican food up here in Colorado. I guess that's not strictly true, but we certainly don't have it on every fucking block like you do down there, and it was so wonderful to be able to just wander into any joint and get a Mexican deluxe plate. I miss it so much. I miss it so much. Don't take it for granted, Robin. Imagine making a pose of Jenner jump jets. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, Mafik. About a posture with just like the huge jump jet plume and him kind of riding it up on his torso. That should be interesting. Feels like you should have occasionally alternate between that and a similar thing of Raiden from Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I set this alert up so long ago. We probably need an overall... We need like a total stream overhaul. What do you think? I think 40 subs, you know, 250 a piece. It's getting up there around the $100 mark. We could probably afford to put that into a stream overhaul. Maybe our gift subs tonight are just going to go ahead and pay for some new alerts. That seems appropriate, doesn't it? Where are we? Is it still going? Oh my god, it's still going. Holy shit. I think we got one more. The last one's gonna be to Data Nerd. Dwegham, you fucking unit. Dude, thank you. Really, I never feel like I have the right words to thank the viewers when they... What the fuck? 5 more. There he goes again. Oh, you know, Sumata, it's funny. I cut those out, and I actually have them ready. I put them into my overlays, but my buttons stopped working. I need to get the buttons working again. I need to get my media buttons working again, and then I can play the nice fucking model, and then he honks his wiener. And who doesn't want to see that? Who doesn't want to see Michael Keaton honking his wiener? If you think I'm kidding, like, go watch Beetlejuice. That's literally a scene. Dwegham, dude, thank you so much. From the position of a streamer, it absolutely means the world to like the money that goes into subscriptions and donations for this channel. It's kept in, like, I have a separate account for the stream, and that's where it gets rolled into, and it just goes into upgrades for the stream. It goes into maintaining hardware for the stream. It goes into occasionally buying things so that we can do like dice giveaways or model giveaways, which we haven't done one of in a little while. We should probably have one up here in the near future. But it, like, just from a morale standpoint, it's absolutely fantastic to know that you enjoy being here, that you feel like that much value has been given to you as a viewer. I love having you guys here. I love getting to spend time with you. I love having someone to chat with while I work. Supposed to set up a channel about Adepticon, so we have the channel. We don't have the poll up yet, Robin. We're gonna get the poll put up. The channel is called Confusion, which is ironically maybe a little confusing. Maybe we'll change the name of that. I guess that's not ironic. Irony would be if it looked like one thing, but it was something else. It is exactly what it says it is. What would that be? It's definitely not irony. It's something. Oh, somebody disable gift subs before Dwegham, like, ruins his fucking credit rating. Wouldn't be here watching the stream when No Pain is hitting models if I didn't enjoy the content and the conversation. Merlin, it's wonderful to have you here too, man. You're such an incredibly talented painter who has come so far in the time that I've known you. Like, it has been an absolute pleasure to watch your skill actually grow from model to model. Some of the earlier stuff you were doing compared to the one that you just got a finalist pin for Golden Demon, like, it is night and day. Night and day. But why don't we go ahead and start the storm report kind of on time for once. How does that sound to folks? Oh, let me go ahead and... quit looking at my Discord. Let me go ahead and get it pulled up right here. Get it organized, and we'll go ahead and get started. Sort by creation time, all the way to the bottom. I'm going to find Riot Sisters' thing here first and start it up because it's not going to activate it when I push the button. Okay, here we go.
Alright, Locusts and JungleMechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
The timing is better when I do it wrong, apparently. I know, it wasn't cut off. As soon as the media feature on my Stream Deck starts working again, I'm going to adjust the timing so that it sounds more like that every time. But let's go ahead and get started with a little bit of business from Mafik. There we go. That pop up? Yeah. Let's fix the size. There, that's the size I want it to be. Look at the little guy. Look at him. Isn't he adorable? Because I broke someone's mental, broke someone's mind during the last report, here's a redemption I can offer. Kriana, Arden's wife's Osiris. It was a gift from a small noble family of House Davion. After taking care of a corrupt politician. He's a little fella. A little power armored dude right here. He's adorable, isn't he? I like the teeth around the sort of bubble cockpit that you've got going on the Osiris here, Mafik. Really, I keep saying it only because it's true. I do rather like the cartoonish redesigns that you give the mechs that you draw. Subtle shifts to the actual arrangements of their mechanics. A sort of softening of a lot of the edges. And then some very colorful hull art to go along with them. And this little dude is, like, I don't know, it's something about the proportions, something about the way he's just kind of gently hunched forward. Maybe it's his complete lack of feet. I don't know exactly what it is, but he appeals to me. Even if the Osiris is, you know, a filthy clan mech. I mean, I'll forgive you for that, regardless, just because I love seeing your work, Mafik. And I'm glad that you managed to get in tonight, even though apparently you're in a car driving right now. My God. We have people in Malaysia in their cars watching this stream. It was a little extreme last time. Oh my God, the Osiris is an inner sphere design. Why did I not know that? Why did I think the Osiris was Clanner? Probably because I never use it and I see reverse jointed legs and I just assume clan tech. Look, there's like 500 mechs, okay? I'm gonna get some wrong. Damn it. It is the chicken legs. There are plenty of inner sphere mechs with chicken legs, but generally when I see something non-humanoid, I just go, it's probably clan. It's probably a clan mech. I once told somebody that I thought the Uziel was a clan mech. So, you know, I guess I gotta eat that crow. Yeah, that might be it, is the fact that it's an Omni-mech. And I refuse to acknowledge inner sphere Omni-mechs. That was the point of what I said, Shadowcat. I know it's an inner sphere mech. I told somebody I thought it was a clan mech. Is it not? Fuck, I don't know. Look, if it's not 3025, you're gonna find my expertise lacking. Apparently. How many more times do I have to prove it tonight alone? Let's see what we got from Shiny Mew Paints before I embarrass myself any further. Getting started on another orc. This is gonna be fun. That's the right fucking attitude, Shiny Mew. The right attitude. Have some fun. Skin's looking great so far. Rocking the Army Painter Speed Paints on top of straight white primer. It really does make orc skin a whole lot easier, doesn't it? He's got his big power claw with a K raised up in the sky. Keep up the good work, Shiny Mew. If you're building an orc army, you have a lot more to go. The speed paints are going to make it much more palatable than it would be otherwise. And remember that once you've done enough of them, like, don't focus too much on any one of them. Do them quickly, because when you get a lot of boys all together in one big mass, you lose a lot of the details. I can't remember what Dr. Rhino called it, but I think we've defaulted to the regiment effect. Individually, they might be a little, but you put them in a big group, and quantity has a quality all its own. Anyone tried the whole slap chop method? God, I hate that. I hate that's become a phrase. I have to acknowledge that time goes on. The slap chop, yeah, I know. Because it's just like, we've been doing that for years. It's not new. It's just glazing. It's just glazing over a value sketch is all it is, guys. But whatever. If people like the phrase, I mean, go ahead and use it. 4-foot rule. Or no, wait, 2-foot rule. You're talking about the 3 to 5 foot rule, which is effectively the 4-foot rule. Or I think the better name is arm's length rule or average tabletop distance. I like arm's length rule because it's an easy one to do. You hold your mini at arm's length and it's like, does it look good there? Okay, yeah, we're good. That's the distance most people are going to view it from most of the time. I don't know Vergataron. I have no idea. Because Vince? Because everybody loves Vince? Because you're going to love his nuts? I don't know. Volumetric glazing. That does have more syllables. Look, I'm not going to argue with it any more than I'm going to argue with any of the various slang that the kids use that upsets and disturbs me, which is most of it, to be fair. Either way, Shiny Mew, that's looking fucking great. I'm glad that you're having fun, and I'm glad to see you digging into more. Our contrasts, glazing. Technically, they're filtering, but that's getting very technical. Most people aren't going to differentiate between a glaze and a filter. Let's see what we got from Roland here. Oh, thanks for letting us know, Mafik. I appreciate that. Meet Bruce the Land Shark. Like a bullet? Because I find that horrifying. How are you, Bruce? Is this is just some colorful graffiti that you found? It does have the distinct shape, and I like that they noted that the rock on top is a deeper gray, and that our belly is a lighter gray. This was bound to happen eventually. I'm not even mad. That's just amazing. I'm just impressed. No, we didn't skip Journeyman. Journeyman's up next. Volumetric glazing, but no glazing happens. Look, if you want to know the truth of the matter, you want to really get to the heart of it, it's that Vergataron and I are angry old men, and we fear and loathe change. That's what's actually going on here. There's no legitimate complaint to be had. Is why you don't mess with level 20 druids. I always did find the idea of the bullet kind of horrifying. It's like Tremors, which still gives me nightmares. I'd love some. Me and my girlfriend found it out by. Okay, that was what I was hoping for. Was a little bit of context. Found it out by Hubbard's Cove in Nova Scotia. That's pretty cool. The Slap Chop was a stupid product, but it's also like a cultural icon. Didn't Vince beat a hooker? Am I remembering that wrong? I know he had some problems. It's okay, Dweghom. We don't mind at all, man. It's just wonderful to have you here in chat, dude. And thank you so much for the gift subs, dude. It really means so much. I'm not going to harp on it anymore. I already have a lot, but it's my heart has grown 3 sizes today, which I'm going to have to talk to my doctor about later this month. Oh, there's like a whole story, huh? I had no idea. It is a bit weird that you know that from memory. Why do you remember these things? Let's see what we got up next. From Journeyman Paint Hour. Yeah, the gift subs are not gonna cover my triple bypass, bro. From Journeyman Paint Hour, I bet it's cold running around Hoth on top of a speeder bike, but at least he looks cool. Other than terrible puns, guy's tabletop ready. Bit rough on the edge highlights, visor popped well, buttons add a bit of color to an otherwise drab model. Belt and sleep roll could probably use a bit more, but his chest armor is stylish, I think. Used Rainy River Flock to mark out the firing arcs and the rear arc. As always, advice and critiques are welcome. I like it. I like how you marked out the firing arcs in particular. That's always something of a challenge when basing Star Wars Legion models. I tended to just mark them on the edges and sort of base right over the X as much as I could just to hide it. You've got good contrast on this. I think you've done a really good job on the white armor. Enhance. Yeah, the visor pops really nicely. Now, Journeyman Paint Hour, do you want my pedantic Star Wars nerd to come out in critique form? The visors are green. But obviously you don't care because that's fucking ridiculous. The blue actually looks really, really nice on this guy, and you're right, it does pop really, really well. If you want critique on this, I would take a black wash or even a black ink, and I would... No. Shh. Cut it out with that nonsense. Come in here with a black wash or a black ink rather, and do a pin wash at the divide between the armor and the sort of body glove just to deepen the contrast, because what we have here is a whole lot of gray, which is good. You want that gray for the white. You want to use very little white, which is actually what you did. Tops of the toes, edge of the strap there, top of the holster, top edges of the knee pad, really just picking out the highlight points across the armor. I love the gray down deep under the visor. That looks fucking wonderful. And then the bodysuit itself is largely gray also, a much darker gray, but with that darker line to differentiate between the super white highlight on the edge and the gray body glove, it's just gonna bring a little bit more contrast to the overall paint job and kind of help the rest of it pop. I love the use of the white on the bike, since it is on Hoth. It always reminds me of the incredible cross-sections books that I had for Empire Strikes Back, and you would look and it's like, this is the cross-section of the inside of an AT-AT walker, and there's speeder bikes ready to deploy in racks, and they were all painted white. I remember seeing that as a kid and thinking, oh, that's cool. That makes sense. They're on a snow planet. They would be white. Good job on the white overall. You went with a higher contrast painting method than I've seen you do on some previous ones, and I think it's really, really paying off for you. Again, I think you could deepen it on some areas, like right back here, make it more clear that this is black, his bum is a little light gray, for instance. I mean, unless the intention is for his body glove to be a light gray under white armor. That's possible based on what I'm seeing here, because you modified the colors some anyway. In which case, carry on, that's what it looks like. But making them more obviously black would behoove you if that's what it's meant to be. Yeah, the buttons are a much needed little splash of color. Also, I guess that's supposed to be a thermal detonator that they have on the back of their belts. I remember that from the cross-section books, too. Makes sense for the glove to be a lighter color there. They were all black, though. All of them. I think they had black gloves, too, which is why I'm thinking maybe it's meant to be like a light gray bodysuit, because the scouts had black leather gloves. Really like that bedroll to have color. Yeah, if you're looking for spots to put a little extra splash of color, I'm going to suggest a brown or even a green right here on the bedroll. I think that would be a good opportunity to get just that little bit of extra in there. If you did brown, you could kind of echo the color of the seat or the belts that he has. Snowtroopers have a white off-white bodysuit. Shit, he's right, they do. Yeah, it's kind of cream colored. Ah, damn it. Okay, alright. Alright, fine. You know what? In that case, what I'm going to suggest is because this gray for the undersuit is kind of cool, and the white you have for the armor is kind of cool, if you gave a soft brown tone wash to the bodysuit to change it to a warm temperature, that would help it contrast without having to go into a black bodysuit. And it would again help differentiate between the body glove and the armor. That cool warm. If you're not gonna do value contrast, definitely do temperature contrast. That would be my suggestion. Since you've already picked up some warm colors down here, just continue that soft brown onto the softer portions of his armor. That's if you want to change anything. The fact is, this is a fucking great looking snowtrooper and a really well done model altogether, man. Really though, the visor, this looks fucking great. This is the focal point of the model for me. This is the most exciting thing. Really, really nicely done. Where do you keep all this Star Wars knowledge in your head? It's oddly detailed. The wages of a wasted life. Most of it's out of date at this point. Alright, let's keep going here. We got a little bit of business from Wolverine DH. Let's have a look. Doing some more battle armors. I have it designed for the pack. Hold on. My design of the Seirim battle armor, designed for the pack of Word of Blake mechs and battle armor proxy expansion. Okay. The kneeling one, who's popping the missile off his back rack, that's fucking cool. You're getting better at this, each one you do, which is hardly surprising. It's almost like the more you do something, the better you get at it. A wild concept, I know, but Wolverine, these are coming together fucking great, man. The detail is improving on each one. I think it's getting deeper, and as a result, it's popping out more when you do paint it. And this is a subtle but very cool effect with the back rack launching. Tobin Lord, welcome back. Oh, those LRM-5 OS mounted on the top? I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would imagine it would have to be an LRM rack. Single shot, yeah. But I don't know the Seirim battle armor well enough to say for sure. I only really know like 1 or 2 battle armors offhand. I mean, I'll just admit to that. I don't use them all that much. I like their little glowing eyes on their nasty little, like, bull heads. They have, like, I don't know if they're horns or a crown or maybe just big angry eyebrows. But I dig them. Enhance. Oh my god. Oh, we can really get in there. Woo-wee. Your printing has improved too, Wolverine. There aren't even as many visible print lines. Like, a little bit here on the back. A little bit right here, but, like, barely visible print lines. I mean, you tell me, is it a crown, are they horns, or is it a big angry eyebrow? I can't tell. I'm gonna go with big angry eyebrow. That's what I choose to believe. Claw, micro laser, and SRM2 one-shot. Wait. Oh, you're talking about the elemental. I was like, that can't be right. That's an elemental's loadout, you maniac. I didn't read the first part of that. Dude, Wolverine, how many battle armors is this for Wolverine DH at this point? It has to be quite a few. It has to be quite a few. Let's see what we got here from NMO Xander Shade. Ender 3 bed level knob. In the process of reassembling an Ender 3 for my father, I discovered it was missing 2 of its bed leveling knobs. Took 15-ish minutes in Inventor to whip up a replacement, then sent the file to my father to print on my resin printer that he's holding on to currently. Gotta admit, liking the clear resin he used, and they assembled perfectly. Getting it right on the first try is impressive, and this remains one of my favorite things about getting into 3D printing are the practical prints that you can knock off. Like, once you start realizing that you can generate almost anything to entirely bespoke dimensions. This is something that I'm sure Xander Shade, had you just jumped onto Thingiverse and typed in Ender 3 leveling knob, you would have popped off, a whole bunch of results from people who have done this. But it's so much more rewarding to make it yourself, isn't it? This is a step towards making ever more complex items for around the house. Really nicely done. Been on a practical print spree lately. Yeah, I noticed that. It's one of the coolest things about 3D printing, and I'm glad to see you enjoying it. Now, did you end up... Hang on. Did you just sink the hex nut into the soft resin? As opposed to making a little slot to sink it into? Do more of it. You know, I'm not even going to critique it. I'm not even going to critique it because it's so cool that you fucking made it. Do more. Do more and your methods will become more advanced each and every time. Also, that is some nice looking clear resin, I gotta say. Exact dimension slot. Oh, okay, alright. Only took about 15 minutes. That is the magic of modern computer-assisted design. Alright, let's see what we got from Sumitha. Oh my god. He's been talking about helmets lately. Merlin, yeah, I'll bet you gotta be awake in the morning to receive a package. I'm picking up what you're laying down, dude. Don't let me stand in the way of your happiness. Merlin, you have a great evening. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Oh, he had to have it re-delivered. yeah. I'll bet he did. I'm not even sure what I'm implying at this point. Like, I don't know what that would be a euphemism for. I dug this hole and now I apparently have to keep going. Let's see what we've got from Sumitha. You're a good sport, Merlin. It's gotten to the point where I need to get shelving for these. Now that I finally have stands for all 4 of these, I figure it's high time I put together a group shot for the Storm Report. So here it is. Plenty of resolution to zoom in on if desired, and oh, we shall. All but the Ant-Man helmet actually do fit me, even with glasses on. The Ant-Man helmet, however, won't even fit without glasses. That one's definitely made for a small helmet-sized user. I'm a medium. Both the Mass Effect N7 and the Ant-Man helmet have red and blue LED sets, but I forgot to get photos of them in red mode together. In hindsight, I do have an old Boba Fett helmet from the 90s lying around, but it isn't nearly up to the same quality of appearance as the rest of these, so it doesn't get to sit with them. I remember those ones they used to have back then. The cosplaying wasn't what it is now, and the market for Star Wars, like, accurate costume products was not what it is now. The N7 helmet in particular is very fucking cool looking, with the lit up visor. The Titanfall helmet is really nice. It has such a unique design with the shape of the visor and then the little hex inlay over the glass. I love how it comes up between the eyes with the breathing mask. Titanfall pilots are so fucking cool looking. Just in general, there's so much amazing art design to Titanfall. I don't have anything nearly as fun in my morning, just pizza delivery. Do what you will with that. Deliver me a pizza, man. I could go for a pizza right now. Xander Shade, have a fantastic evening. Thank you for sharing. It's always wonderful to see you in chat. Well, the classic Mark whatever Iron Man, the one that he wore in the first movie, really probably my favorite. This is the one from the first movie, right? I swear, there are so many different versions that he wore in all the different movies, and I know that people out there know them better than I do. Ant-Man's helmet is a favorite. I love this design that they did for the film, considering how goofy Ant-Man's helmet was in the comics, like the original one. Obviously, they updated it since then. But, like, it looks like an ant and has the open eyes and the big mandibles coming around to the goofy little, like, rebreather thing on the front. They incorporated all the elements of it into a much more practical, much more believable looking package. I think the body armor has most of the design changes, which makes it hard. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, how much did the helmet ultimately change? Not that much. He kept the same basic shapes. He kept the color arrangements the way they were. It mostly happened on the rest of the armor. Not pictured because it's tucked in. There's even a built-in cloth neck sock and the Titanfall 2 helmet to boot. Oh, well, I guess it wouldn't be a shamog, but yeah, like a neck sock and then you tie a shamog around it. So you look like a total fucking badass. I still love the Come and Get You trailer that they had for Titanfall 2, where it's talking about, like, the pilot is a weapon unlike any other. And it's just the pilot, like, running through a fucking building, and he, like, sends a decoy around a corner, and then busts down a door and, like, knee checks a dude right in the chest. It's so fucking cool. Now I'm sad. Was it because you know we're never getting Titanfall 3? Is that why? I mean, I know I'm sad about that. I'm sad that the Iron Man helmet, or the Ant-Man helmet doesn't fit you. You say you're a medium helmet wearer. I feel your pain. I have a gargantuan fucking cranium, and literally nothing made to standard one-size-fits-all or even one-size-fits-most sizes for heads has ever fit on me. Makes me a little sad. It's a nice display, though. And yeah, I mean, dude, these are some great helmets, and you absolutely should have a special display for this by now, Sumitha. Get on that shelving work, man. I wonder how long the LEDs last. I guess if you're having guests over, you just go and switch them all on, like, one at a time, right? It's okay. I'll live. Yeah, I know. I know Vergataron. I know. Gotta fit all the useless Star Wars info, so... Oh... If I hadn't have spent so much time memorizing fucking Star Wars trivia, I'd be better. I'd be able to fit into the helmets. It makes so much sense now. Really only turn them on for photos for the most part. Yeah, because if you just left them, like, you can't... You turn them on for photos, you turn them on when you're having, like, company over, is what I would figure. That's what I do with any of the things I have that light up, which is few and far between, actually, at this point. Okay, what do we have next? Shkablamo. Rainer's Raiders from Retio Santi. 90-ish% done with the test model. A buddy with a 3D printer is suggesting crystals to add. Probably doing that over tufts. You know, Retio Santi, I got some crystal bases that might be able to help you out in a week or so. That's what I've been talking about doing for Dwegham. I use them for my space dwarves for for Firefight. For Mantic's Firefight. I think they'd work really, really nicely with the Leagues of Votann. I appreciate what you're doing with the classic StarCraft blue. It also seems apropos since the design of the Leagues of Votann, like, it is so squat StarCraft. I like it. A couple of them auto deactivate. Oh, that's actually a nice feature in something like that, so that you don't have to go back over them. He's so small. He's just a little fella. I have zero desire. Even now, when I'm, like, kind of picking 40k models back up and thinking I'd like to paint this, I'd like to paint that, I'd like to, you know, continue my collection of such and such, I have zero desire to pick up the Leagues of Votann. I don't know what it is about their design that just, it doesn't do that much for me. They're well designed. I think their vehicles look good. I like their kind of, like, hover bikes that they're on, and I appreciate that they're introducing a new faction. They're bringing back something old and trying to make it fresh and going with that whole, like, NASA punk look. I don't know, they seem almost too... What's the word I'm looking for? They got their shit together too much. They got their shit together too much for 40k. Like, they seem competent, and the only race that's allowed to be competent are the Tau, who are, like, secretly fucked up behind the scenes. So I take issue with how very competent they seem. It's a nice paint scheme so far. I like the freehand you did here. That's nice and clean. Good contrast between the body glove and the armor. And yeah, Retio Santi, if you're interested in some 3D printed bases with crystals already worked into them and like some broken ground around them, I should be able to help you out. They're not goofy enough. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. They're not goofy enough. I am a fan of the Castaferum Space Marine Dreadnought, which is just like a walking fucking sarcophagus. I believe they shared tech with the Tau. Is that part of the lore? I have no fucking idea what the lore for the Leagues of Votann is. I haven't read like any of it. Need more ancestor faces, right? They need more like mechanical beards on their armor. How can they even call themselves dwarves without mechanical beards? What's wrong with them? I mean, I guess they probably don't call themselves dwarves. That might not really be a problem. Either way, I look forward to seeing the rest of the Force Retio Santi, and yeah. If you're interested in those bases, let me know. I can hook you up. And what we have up next is from the Happy Heretic. Oh, more of this. With the Domino's box on the base even, oh my god. It's not delivery, it's death from above. Decided to expand the range of pizza mechs with this Viking 2C. Gonna be doing another lance built around this beast. Got 2 more mechs ready and should have a full company soonish. Forgot how fun it was to paint this scheme, and quite frankly, I'm amazed I remember the recipe for the pizza sauce. Oh my god. Ran out of 3D printed pizza boxes and my printer's on the fritz, so the next couple are going to be standing in a pile of mozzarella cheese. Wondering if this might possibly benefit from a burnt umber oil wash, but I'm afraid it might ruin the cheese. Heretic, what happened, man? What happened to you? What made you like this? I fucking, what the fuck? Oh god. It's... It's legitimately well done. The colors are right. It looks like a pizza. I am too, Riot Sister. I am too. Let's keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's see what we have next. Does death come to you in 30 minutes or I mean it better, otherwise it's free. Oh my god. Here we have from Squared. Finished up the Exterminator, just needs varnish. I like this. The basing definitely helps kind of balance out the green you have towards the bottom and reflects some of the tan you have towards the top of the mech. The you could go almost a little bit more intense with the coloration on the arm lasers, but just the nice triangle of color that it makes is very pleasant. Again, I really love the red that you did for the cockpit, and on the back, going ahead and hitting the jump jets. It just adds interest to the scheme. I love the dirty legs too. It really helps to put him in the environment. You've got a pretty good grasp on doing this scheme by now, Squared. I don't remember if you said you had planned to do more, or if you were moving on to something else next. Looks like we got even a little bit of weathering worked in here. Have the I Am a Pizza song that I sing to my daughter going through my head now. Oh, I'm glad I don't know that song because I'm very suggestible. It's a nice looking Exterminator. I really like what you did with the cockpit glass. Like this effect again, I think we said last time, if you did this on like a 28mm model that had like exposed guts, this would be the perfect color combination for that. Kind of nauseating almost. Wonderful, wonderful looking Mech Squared. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you sort of develop this paint scheme. And I have to admit, I am curious. I am curious where you're going next, and I hope that we're going to get it shared. Up next, we have from Sehul Pimul. Decided to test out how well my pretty meh coating of primer worked by slapping some Patrician's Garb by Rainy River Designs in the most metallic parts. That shift from metal to black with a single layer over it created this cool gradient. Sadly, it looks more dull in person. It actually is pretty interesting. This is on one of them thar Infinity models that, oh god, I'm gonna have to wrap my head around painting some of those here pretty soon. Maybe they splattered all over the inside, Sumatha. So far, the primer seems to work fine. Well, that is good. Yeah, you don't... And like I'm noticing here, there's like some little exposed spots of metal under there. I wouldn't really worry too much about that. Again, like, putting the primer on is particularly from a rattle can, is so fiddly. I know we gave you some tips on that before. I hope that those have been helpful. But yeah, it's important to remember a lot of people think you need to coat every single bit of the surface in primer. As long as the primer dusts over it, it gives it some tooth for the paint to grab onto. You don't actually have to get a full smooth coat of primer on there. That's not really its purpose. I think I need to try a metal primer to black with a thin layer of purple and black peeking out. Ooh, that could be interesting. I like the purple, and I do like what it's done here. Less intense in person, you say. Oh, it's amazing how a good photograph can bring things out of our models. More than anything, I'm glad to see you just continuing on with your work. I've told you this a few times, and I absolutely mean it every single time. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and don't get so stuck on trying to do everything on one model that you don't get through the rest of your stuff. Don't worry about having every model look fucking amazing. Just keep painting. If you could see my first armies that I painted, man, they looked fucking awful, but you know what? I painted the whole damn thing and I had fun playing with them, and that is what you should be doing. Because if you enjoy the hobby, if you keep up with the hobby, if you play more games, if you make more armies, if you stick with it for a long period of time, naturally the more you do, the better you will get at doing it. Was worried because the top part of the cloak was almost completely metal, but it seems to work without any flaking yet. Again, yeah, it's just that dusting. It's just that dusting is all you really need. Alright, what do we have up next? From Kursala. Time for some concept art. Been stuck in Florida for a few days, so I figured I'd make the most of it and try to get some work done. Here's some simple sketches I did for a new modular combat vehicle. Enhance. Ooh. Arcodetta component sketches. Core side flanged covers part of the motive drive. Not to scale, important to note. Turret port hatch. Viewport headlamps. I like how it kind of slopes in towards the middle and it has the side fairings that are sort of reminiscent of like the Minotaur that you did. We have a deployment ramp in the back. Is it a tank? Is it a hovercraft? I can't tell. Large turret side. Ooh, sloped armor. It's gonna need to be at least 3 times bigger than this. A little radar. Hatch. Gun port right in the middle. Oh wait, does it drop down and have like mandibles on either side? That's actually kind of cool. I like that. Turret port. Spotlight. Small turret top. Oh, I see what you're doing. You can have a large turret or a small turret. That's what you meant when you said modular. I mean, yeah, of course that's what you meant when you said modular. Sub-turret top. Sub-turret front. Heavy cannon top. Oh my lord. Dual light cannon. That's what I like to see. Dual flat cannon. Mag driver. Oh, you even worked in an ejection port. I always like to see that. Ammo drum on top, gun port right in front. Sort of a long turret. This is an interesting idea. Just a core platform that is designed to fit a series of turrets. So you can essentially have multiple vehicles out of the same work. Nicely put together, Kursala. And I look forward to seeing the files as they come together. Deckard VS. Oh my god. Of all the names I didn't expect to see tonight, I thought we scared you out of these parts, Deckard. What did I say? What did I say was gonna happen if you came back? I was gonna take my fist and just ram it oh, hello, children. How are you? How are you doing tonight? I was just talking about how I was gonna give your father a great big hug for being such a swell guy. That's what I was leading into.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Now have fun explaining that one to the kiddos, Deckard. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. How's life? Let's see what we got up next here from Vergaderong. Honk. Vergaderong. See what that did to me? Honk, honk, it's a tonk, he says. Oh, look at them all. Oh, look at them all. This is good stuff. Enhance. Oh man, you really nailed the weathering on these. It does so much to make this simple scheme actually pretty interesting. This is a lot of work in a very short period of time, Vergaderong. Of course, me saying that Vergaderong is a talented painter who worked quickly, like, seems a little redundant at this point. Still, that was I mean, this isn't all of the tanks. This can't be all of the tanks, considering the pile of them I saw that you had printed. But this is a whole damn lot of them. What's the plan here? Are you getting ready for some particular scenario, you madman? Still got to do the freehand. Yeah, don't forget that. Still got to punch myself on the groin repeatedly. Jesus Christ, Vergaderong. Get some decals, you masochistic weirdo. Like on 4 mechs, okay, but oh, it wounds me. It wounds me. They're not, Vergaderong. I swear they're not. They're really very useful. This is a gorgeous set of tanks and hovercraft. What are you doing for the weathering at this point? Is that a quick dry brush, or are you doing just like a glaze? Or are those weathering pigments? It could be just like stippled on weathering pigments. Either way, it does so much to tie them into their environment. And like I said, make a really, really simple paint job actually pop out really nicely. And you have got that white dry brushing effect down so well. So damn well. And Decker, dude, legitimately, it's wonderful to see you in chat. The fact that you come back from time to time, it's... I'm always curious what you're up to, man. Alright, let's see what we got up next. Rockin' Robin Workshop. Just a dry brush of Pro Acryl Burnt Orange. That's simple. Yeah. Old tricks are the best tricks. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop working on some of them Raven Guard. Oh, lordy lord. Look at these bad boys. That's nice. Now, these aren't official. These jump packs are not official, are they? I would swear these are 3D prints. I've seen them somewhere else, and I would swear they're 3D prints. But I'm also, like, so ignorant of current 40K releases that I don't even, like... I make a total ass out of myself every time I try to assert something. Okay, thank God they're 3D prints based on Forge World. I would hope that he's not buying that many things from Forge World. That's crazy expensive. Oh my God, let's take a look down here at our Contemptor. I'm digging this. Is that sculpted in, or is that green stuff, Robin? Is that freehand, or is that sculpted? The design coming up across the Contemptor's body. Oh, they're all forged. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. That's horrifying. We're looking at like $500 in models right here. Comes like that on the Dread. Okay. Forge World is just a resin cast of a 3D print in some kind of crappy resin, no less. Having both arms with claws like that would make being able to grab anything such a royal pain in the ass. Well, that's the thing, though, Sumatha. The only thing this guy has to grab are enemies of the Emperor, so that works out. I mean, for God's sake, he has melta-guns in the palms of his hand. These are hands in name only. They're violent weapon systems. It's not really $500, but it would be a chunk of cash, certainly. Good looking Raven Guard. I love the use of the Raven Guard split wings on the sides of the shoulder pads here. That's a nice touch. Finglongers. And the arms are magnetized. Yeah, that's probably good, because those Contemptor dreads aren't cheap. You didn't have to spend any money on it. Where'd you get it from? You know what? No, don't tell me. Was it... Did you talk to our friend Jake? He's hooked me up a time or two also. That's all sculpted on the models? Really? Even here? It's pretty impressive. Okay, alright. You know what then? Good job. I'm glad. I like the fade on the jump packs. This man's missing his head, though. You think I wouldn't notice that? Or no, he's not. He just has his head turned downwards. Okay, fine. I thought I'd caught you out. No good, though. Gorgeous looking Raven Guard. Are you going to do a whole Raven Guard force, Robin? Or did you paint these for him? Yeah, definitely. It's the same one. Next up, we have from Larabic himself. Add on to other stuff you've done from... Okay. Finally got my alternate Doc Ock painted up. Pretty happy with it. This is, like, having painted the other Doc Ock, this is just a better sculpt. This is just so much more of an action-packed dynamic sculpt for Doc Ock, and I spent so much time painting mine, and then I look at this one and I'm like, I kind of want to do it again. I love the work you've done on the arms. That sort of that really nice metallic blue does a lot to contrast both with the base and with the yellow of his costume. Good green and yellow up here too, very bright. I didn't realize that he came with like a little shooty effect coming out of his hand, or did you add that? It does look fragile, but no, these are styrene, Sumatha. In styrene, this is not terribly fragile. Like, that's one of the best things about styrene plastic, about, like, hips. This is pretty damn strong. That came with it? Oh, nice. I didn't know if it did or not. Again, I haven't gotten a close look at this one. The Spider-Man that he comes with, too, because you buy him in a 2-pack, right? Also a much better sculpt than the one that came in the core box. I assume with deeper details too, because the core box details were a little shallow, having painted all of those twice now for some stupid reason. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work on Doc Ock, Larabic. How you enjoying MCP? I'm thinking about getting back into it myself, since I already have a bunch of painted models. And I have some that are unpainted. People are playing it, and I'm easing up on some of my low-key boycott protest games just because it would be nice to actually play some games in person with people, for one. For just at any point. A little soft. One word. Sentinels. Did those release recently? I saw somebody painting those up. Let's have a look at what we've got here from Semi-Serious Nerd. Some practice. Some of them did, Sumitha. Yeah, like the facial details on Captain Marvel might as well have not been there. Thinking of playing it, some of the local people I play other games with are getting interested in starting up. I know Colby, down where you are, has a bunch of MCP figures and he'd be interested in playing. It's a good game. I have, like, my personal complaints about Atomic Mass games, but, like, that's really just me. If I'm being completely objective, the fact is MCP is a well-put-together game that's fun to play. It has simple rules that combine into complex scenarios, which is some of my favorite bits of game design. The abilities on characters all make sense. Like, when you use them, when you use team-up abilities, it's really easy to imagine what the heroes and villains are doing. It's a remarkably well-put-together game. And it's always fun when you have Cap and Iron Man out at the same time and they do the thing where he, like, shoots the repulsor blast at his shield and he reflects it into, like, 4 bad guys. That's the hotness. Took a small break away from the War Dog to practice some skin work with my first bust. He's coming along nicely so far. I'm planning on going back with the glaze to bring the red and orange tones back into it after getting the skin painted. I'm liking this. I'm really liking the skin tones in the face. Really liking the skin tones in the face. I like the cool, pale tones that you have for the hair that contrast really, really nicely with the greens and the browns you have down there in the skin. He's got a very toady kind of skin palette going on. Some highlights on those tusks and the eyes, for that matter, are really, really going to bring those details out. But I'm liking the sort of yellows. And yeah, you said you're going to bring some of the reds back in with some glazes. I think that little bit of extra... What's the word I'm looking for? Extra lividity is going to be nice. I'd say it's you can spot a couple of little zits from the removal of the supports. So yeah, this is definitely a print. I think it works out well on this guy with his rough skin and torn up nasty strap and everything, because unless you know to look for him, those are easily just his bad complexion. I like the big, nasty spikes on his shoulder and how this one's kind of truncated and worn down. Same on the back. He's clearly been through some shit. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Semi-Serious Nerd. I always love seeing your painting. And yeah, if you've been working on that War Dog a while, man, give yourself some time. It's a gorgeous figure, but give yourself some time to get that inspiration back and do what you gotta do, man. Alright, here we have from the Tobin Lord. Another Gore-tober piece. I keep forgetting to post these before the stream. Anyways, prompt for this was decapacitation. Am I reading that right? Decapacitation. Used my partner's OC for this one since, well, the prompt fit with their lore. I don't know if it's meant to be decapacitation or if it's decapitation. Just decapitation? It could have been decapacitation, given that we're dealing with, like, somewhat robotic characters. Okay, alright. I mean, this character has definitely been decapitated. With all the... I like the cables all flying out and sort of connecting through. On both legs and on the head. That's a nice touch. This is a really cool effect with the electrical bolts coming out and coloring the skin. Arcing out here, hitting, and then we have all these, like, mottled color palettes coming in over the arm and going up here, and then on the shoulder going down the chest. That is really neat. Your concept of gore is endlessly fascinating to me within the context of your particular original characters. Yeah, I agree. Insane imagery. Mind-bending imagery. And yet I find myself really, really liking it. I like the one eye on the colorful side of the face that's been reduced to just sort of a crude X. And again, the body proportions always make me happy in Toby and Lord's work. Always make me happy. Makes me feel like more of a normal human being. Slightly less idealized. It's interesting that a picture of a decapitated CRT-headed pseudo-robot person would make me feel more like a human being. I'm not going to analyze that too much. We're just going to roll with it and move on. Partner said he can pull a weapon from the glitches. Might have to sketch it sometime. Dude, I'd love to see that. Glitch something into existence with its like, Technicolor madness. Very cool. Very cool, Toby and Lord. I'm enjoying these Goretober pieces. I guess we still have a few of them to go. I'm excited about seeing what they're going to be. Oh, we got a little bit of work here from Wombat Combat Prime to take a look at. Made a base and put a little paint on it, so it was easier to see. Still some painting to do, of course, but pretty excited to have made my first sculpted base. I saw you post this, and really, really nice work. Really nice work, Wombat Combat. Well scaled, too. A lot of people get thrown off by the scale when they first start doing this stuff. And this is, the Raven from, we haven't seen him stream in a while. His name is escaping me now. Ion Raptor, thank you. Thank you very much, Wombat Combat. Yeah, this is Ion Raptor's Raven. Data Nerd did one of these that ended up looking really cool, too. Yeah, the paint definitely helps. 3D printing UV-sensitive resin has a lot of subsurface scattering and is slightly translucent, so taking pictures of it, like, it never looks as detailed as it should be. Not a Raven. It's a, Raptor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Obviously, it's not a Raven. A Raven is a very particular mech with an ECM suite. I was just thinking, I was thinking R and Bird. And I went with Raven, but yeah, it's a Raptor. Thank you. I like the sign, though. That's a nice touch. Fragile, I would think. You might consider widening the base or giving it, like, a little bit like a square, like, like a girder type thing going up with a few cross pieces. Basically, anything that works in real life to add structure to something will work in 3D printing to add structure to something. So look to, like, real-world construction techniques. You could make this actually very, very strong if you have any issues with it breaking off. As it is, it's a significant flag piece up here with a really narrow connection point to the rest of it. But, if you don't have fat fingers like I do, it might not be much of a problem. I'll be curious, are you gonna freehand like a city name in here or something? Simple model for great effect. Don't believe me, Sumitha. I'm wrong most of the time. Scaled it up by about 20% and added some bracing to it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I think that's a good move. Dude, it's a wonderful feeling, isn't it? Sculpting something from just a concept, printing it out, painting it. It's so freeing. Well done, Wombat Combat. I'm excited to see you doing more and more 3D design. Here we have from Voxel Forge. Doing the blockouts on this boy. So far, the upper leg is done. And this is going to be his Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk is one of my favorites. Yeah, I can definitely see the inspiration in the chest in particular, as far as coming down to the sort of inward tilted vents. Voxel Forge, you've been fucking killing it with your mech designs, man. I'm excited that you enjoyed doing the awesome as much as you did. As soon as I saw you were working on another mech, I was like, fuck yeah. We need more talented designers making mechs. There's a lot of dabbling 3D designers in the BattleTech community, and how do I dig myself out of this verbal hole without insulting anyone? The more high quality talent that we add to the pool, the better off we all are, because a rising tide lifts all ships. That's how I do it. That's the way out of that hole. One mad cat too many. Yeah. There's a lot of mad cats. A lot of mad cats. Well, that's the wonder of 3D design, though, Vergaderung, is you block it out, you detail it as needed, and then you just kind of shift and scale things until it's all working just the way you want it to. It does have a very big chest. A very big chest, to be fair. But we can also see that, like, only half of it is even done. This is going to be one to follow. Nicely done for the initial stretch. It's always the toughest part when making a battle mech or a model, just starting from nothing and starting to put the pieces together and get to the point where it's even remotely recognizable. I'm still going to curse you for doing these tiny goddamn struts on the cockpit, you fucking maniac, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll get over it. I'll use my breathing exercises and we'll get through it. We'll get through it. The wombats. Like some kind of knockoff Mad Cat, like a knockoff Rakshasa, like the Rakshasa knocked off the Mad Cat and then somebody else knocked it off. Why the hell not? Oh yeah, it's a never-ending circle of madness. Freedom from Mars. I call them blunder struts. What the fuck? What? I refuse to be associated with this madness. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Up next, we have from This Mechanic Games, a dwarf from Daybreak Miniatures. Just about finished with this one for tabletop. This looks fucking nice. Mechanic, this looks great, dude. Your metallics have been on point lately. I'm digging it. You could do a couple of brighter highlights on the beard if you wanted to bring some of those details out, but as far as tabletop quality goes, this is a nice looking figure. Always telling people, I say it so often that it's basically everybody who contributes to this, I'm always going to say it, more contrast. You can't go wrong with more contrast. If you add more contrast to your figure, you're going to like it even more, particularly for a tabletop quality model, but I'm really digging what you got going on here, man. It's an interesting figure, too. You say from Daybreak Miniatures. I like the design of his sword with the sort of, what am I thinking of? What culture had swords with tips like this? It's like an axe blade, like a cestus or something. Not a khopesh. That didn't have that. The khopesh was a big sweeping sickle style blade. There's someone that had blades with this sort of axe chisel tip on the end of it, and I can't think of who it was now. Is it South American maybe? Like the tips of those old obsidian war clubs? I can't remember. It's tickling something in my mind. Though I do question their construction when the connection point for the sword, like, the tang connects to a ring and then the ring goes through this. I feel like it would just go whoop and fall over. I'm going to say it's dwarven magic, and that's how it works. Nice paint job, though. There's a set of like 5 of them, and they're all pretty cool, in my opinion. Congo? You're saying there are swords in the Congo that look like that? Feel free to post a picture for Gadarun, because it's gonna drive me crazy. Alright, what do we have up next? And This Mechanic Games, whatever you wind up getting into next, man, Battletech, 40k, whatever it is, please share your painting journey with us. I'm very curious I'm very curious what you're gonna wind up getting into. But again, 40k is a lot more expensive. So I'm gonna put my thumb on the Battletech end of the scale, if I may, just to save you from that lifetime of anger and disappointment. It's held together because it's made of fuck you, Ian. I mean, that's as good an explanation as I've ever heard. Congolese have sword shapes a bit like this in the Ikakalaka. I don't think you made it up, I just struggled to pronounce it. Ikakalaka. I'm literally going to have to look this up now because I'm hopelessly curious. Here we have from Automat Americana. While I wait for my crab test prints to be ready, I'm going back and doing some stuff I've been putting off for far too long. Namely making PPC arm pods version of my Marauder, updating the Thorntail with my larger, easier to paint medium laser. Thank you for doing that, by the way. I really do appreciate that. If I keep this up with my Marauder, it should soon be possible to build any Marauder variant by choosing between a torso, top weapon, and leg pose. That's the ambition, anyway. And yes, I do still actually need to print the Thorntail. I'm terrible. You're really not. You're really not, Automat. There are plenty of people who do far more 3D design than they do printing and painting. I myself, as someone who is ostensibly a painter, I haven't, like, the number of my own things that I have painted is disturbingly low. So don't beat yourself up over it, man. Marauder is looking real nice, digging the PPCs. I appreciate that you've included some details on the inside to actually paint with like a little bit of a glow, and I always appreciate being given some actual space to paint the lensing and a laser. That's just how I like to differentiate my lasers. I know a lot of other people will just do a minor glow. But the more friendly you are to painters, the happier I'm ultimately going to be. Battletech is fun. You'll also have painting nights on Sundays I might start going to. Dude, do it. Absolutely do it. That sounds like a lot of fun. Battletech on Saturdays, perfect. Perfect. It sounds like you've got a path to follow. Automat, I'm also very, very excited to see that crab. Also very excited to see the crab test prints. I still think you're a bit of a maniac, but you know, nobody listens to Thunderhead. I'm used to it by now. It doesn't even offend me anymore. Here we have from Trotsky, Jade Falcon, work in progress. What do we think about this kind of basing? Well, first of all, I actually appreciate how you did the crackle paint on this to get smaller cracks, because that helps to scale it better. If you put it on thicker, you get bigger cracks, which works better for like 28mm to 35mm figures, but at the same time, it kind of throws off the scale a little bit, and going for these much, much finer cracks in the parched earth works nicely. Also, I love the red next to the green. I absolutely love the red next to the green. It's nice, but one color. A super light dry brush? Yeah, that's a thought. You could do it one of two ways, Trotsky, if you want to add a little bit of depth to it, is either applying a wash to the base or doing a very, very light dry brush of a much lighter color to catch some of those edges. Now, if you dry brush over crackle paint, there is a possibility of ripping it off, which is why I tend to prefer going with a light colored crackle paint and then doing a very watered down wash over top to shade the recesses. It'll just add a little bit more depth to your basing. It's also a good opportunity to come in with some very short tufts or some basing turf in some little tiny clumps just to do like scrubland. Seal, then dry brush. Yeah, no, that could work. You could do that. Varnish it and then dry brush it, or wash it and then dry brush it, because a wash will also help to hold it down. Or a red-brown wash, yeah. So maybe I'll just wash it. Don't think I'd mind if it darkened a little. And something to remember too, Trotsky, is like before you do anything to it, honestly, my suggestion, take some scrap pieces of flat plastic, prime them, apply the basing tone in the same way that you've done here, the same thickness to get the same crackle, and then just test out a few techniques on it. Try a dry brush, try a wash, try a few different things until you get something that you like, and then do it to the model. It's such a simple thing. Just try it on something you don't mind throwing away before you do it on the model. It's going to save you a lot of headache. Whatever you wind up doing to it, I want to see the results. The color combo is great. The green against the red, I love that. That's fantastic. That's extra bases, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And here we have from Layson Paints. Working on better contrast. Skablam, let's have a look. Now these are for, I don't know anything about this game. This is where I saw the name and I was like, who is Layson Paints? I don't think I've seen anything from them before, but it's LDC. Space Station Zero is what these are for? I've literally never heard of this game before. Enhance. I want to say though, I fucking love the rifle. I love this oxidized, rusty color palette that you have on the rifle with the sort of like mottled bits of metal showing through. This is so effective. This is so damned effective. I like the sort of textured hash marking that we've done over here on the... Okay, Space Station Zero is a mini agnostic game. So where are the minis from? I dig this dude's, like, he's got these little fold-down braces on the back of his legs. These little pistons shoot out to brace him for firing his big-ass rifle. Orange, teal, and white gray is a great combo. Yeah, no, this is a solid example of using your color wheel well. The blue and the orange in particular balance each other out so nicely. I love this sort of furious glow from the center of his face panel there. Nicely done volumetrics on some of our true metallics too. I noticed that on the knee, that comes out nicely. Really digging this texturing effect that you have on the cloak. That's very eye-catching. And then the sort of vicious orange glow here on the back. I assume Homeboy's a robot, otherwise he'd be glowing from, like, inside his chest, which seems unhealthy to me. I'm loving that rifle, though. I'm loving the rifle. The one, Now, you put the tag for critique advice, so I'm going to give you some, and that is just that I don't love the glow color on the rifle. I like this glow color, the sort of pink magenta. It's something that I do on Chaos when I paint it, but I don't think it works well next to the orange that you have for the rusty rifle. I love the orange for the rusty rifle, but if I could choose something else for the glow, I would choose something that was going to have a high contrast with the rest of the figure, and I'm going to say green. Consider switching to a green glow, because that is going to seriously contrast with the weapon. It's going to contrast with the cloak. It's going to contrast with the glow effects. Like, the green is really going to pop out if you try that with the rifle. That's maybe the one thing that I would change. If you put this in my hands and said change something for the better, I would go with green. But the rust effect, like, don't change that. That's fucking awesome. You did an amazing job on that. Oh, consider trying green then, Layson. Space Station Zero is the new game from Uncle Adam and Vince Ventrella. Oh, really? When you said Space Station Zero, I thought of Space Station 13. And then I started having a panic attack, and they found me in the corner hyperventilating. Let's get a look at our second shot here. Enhance. Yeah, I think you're going to like the... You could also go with blue. You could do a blue glow if you wanted to pick up the blue from the cloak and keep your palette a little bit more constrained. I think that the blue would also work well next to the rust. But if you want it to be more of a focal point, you want it to pop a little bit more, I think green is going to be the answer. Hey, Dodge, good night to you, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out. Dirty Downs Rust Paint. It worked damn well. Do more of that. I really like that effect. It's very effective. Hey, Dodge, again, thank you so much for hanging out, dude. You stuck it out to the end because that's our last entry for tonight. If you do wind up changing that, please, please, please do show us, because I'm curious what that's going to look like too, Layson Paints. But that will, as mentioned, bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. I'm so glad those buttons work again. My dramatic timing is all thrown off. All thrown off without the buttons. Y'all are out of your minds tonight. We had over 40 gift subs. I don't even know what to do with that. I've made it. You know? I'm rich. I'm Twitch rich. I'm basically Amaranth at this. Actually, no. I shouldn't joke about Amaranth. There's been some stories about her recently, putting her whole everything into context. If you haven't read it, honestly, it's worth checking out. It's a little troubling. A little troubling. It's just a name that I rattled off as my like go-to Twitch folks to make fun of, and I say it and I'm like, oh wait, no, that's actually a sad story. Gotta fix my reflexes there a little bit. Disconcerting to say the least. Yeah, blink if you're in danger. I'm being exploited. If anyone's exploiting me, they're doing a very bad job, because I'm super excited over 40 gift subs. But really, guys, thank you so much. Yeah, y'all are out of your minds. Oh, let's see what we're doing. Who's on tonight anyway? It really is, like, genuinely a story worth looking up if you're curious at all. Oh, Dr. Rhino is still going. And if he's not about done... Yeah, he's still painting. Let's go over there, because he's doing some fucking badass freehand right now, and I never get a chance to raid my boy Rhino, so let's make that happen. And folks, I know that unable to raid Dr. Rhino at this time. Why? How is that a thing? Bonjour to you, Balladur. How are you doing? We're right at the end of our stream here. I apologize, man. Did he disable raids? It won't let me. Oh, that seems crazy to me. I mean, he has the right to do that if he wants to. We are unable to raid Dr. Rhino at this time. Okay, it just says error, so I guess we're not doing that. Why don't we head on over to Wapelius? I never get a chance to raid that man either. Actually, it doesn't look like it's Wapelius tonight. It looks like it might be Kathy. Hang on 1 second, chat. I'm complaining actively in Dr. Rhino's chat. We're gonna get some real-time Twitch drama going here. It's such a great stream. He's complaining about it being late and being old. Maybe we shouldn't raid him. Let's do Commander Mittens. let's just do Commander Mittens, because she's going to be going for a while. Where's Commander Mittens? Where's Commander Mittens? There she is. She's not painting! What is going on tonight? This is killing me. We can raid Wicked Mini. We could raid Wicked Mini. I like him. I've been reduced to like no options here. Don't tell him I said that. We're unable to raid. Can I not raid anyone? It's just like I can't raid. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. We'll do it live. Folks, we're not going to raid anybody tonight because apparently Twitch isn't going to let me raid anyone. I'm going to try one more time. It's frustrating. Let's try a raid to Wapelius. We are unable to raid Wapelius at this time. Yeah, see if you can start a raid, Riot Sister. This is silly. Well, while Riot Sister's trying that, I might as well go through my spiel, because part of that spiel includes thanking the DFW Dweghom, Riot Sister, we had Jay Schaefer, we had NMO Xandershade, we had Hamburg Tack, all giving out amazing gift subs tonight. You guys are completely out of control. Had that issue a while ago, had to relog into Twitch and it worked. Obviously can't do it now, but it's random. Let me see. Well, Rhino's going offline anyway. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna break the mold a little bit tonight, folks. We're not gonna raid anybody. We usually raid people. We're not gonna raid anybody tonight because Twitch has decided it's gonna be a bit of a butthead. So we'll just take a moment with each other. Sunday the 23rd, this upcoming Sunday, there will be no stream. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I had thought my buddy Hethrir was coming on Monday and staying for a few days. Because his schedule is different, he's actually coming tomorrow and staying for a few days, leaving on Monday. So Sunday's going to be out for me. I'm going to be playing some games. We're moving my game room from the dedicated game room over to the other house, which is climate controlled and where I will be much, much more likely to actually get games in, and where it's going to be a lot easier for me to set up like recording equipment and cameras and shit, because I really do want to stream some games. It's just been difficult to do with the little bunkhouse that I turned into a game room that freezes in the winter and swelters in the summer. So we are fixing that. It was such a good idea. It just had a couple of fatal issues with it. Anyway, we will be back on Tuesday the 25th and Thursday the 27th, and then upcoming here at the end of the month, we're gonna have a Halloween movie night. I need to put up a poll so we can decide what we're gonna be watching. I think last year we did Trick or Treat and something else. We'll figure out what we're gonna watch. We'll have a good Halloween. I live out in the middle of nowhere, so like Halloween doesn't happen here. So joining me for Halloween movie night is my Halloween. Yeah, then it will be Thunderhead Studios. Then I'll technically have two offices and we can add the S at long last, Rockin' Robin. Oh my god, it's so weird not rating. I'm just so used to the flow of that. But folks, thank you again for joining me. Thank you for all the gift subs. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I absolutely love seeing your work. We will get that restarted so you guys can go ahead and get posts in for the next stream. I will see you fantastic people on Tuesday. So folks, until next time, keep on painting.